Dr. Gagan Garg. Dr. H.R. Khanna. Is Dr. Sujit Datta over here? Acha, okay, we will felicitate him later or during the session. Now, I would like to welcome and introduce you to the new Chairman CLFMA of India for 2024-26, Shri Divya Kumar Gulati. Divyaji, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Suresh. Thank you, CLFMA members, for showing confidence in me and appointing me as the next chairman. It's a huge responsibility as a chairman. Any chairman of CLFMA is always a huge responsibility. The whole industry basically depends on CLFMA to make the move first with the ministry, and during these tough times, I think all of us will have to be really together and get things done, because the situation the industry is in now, we will all have to together work towards this, and I look for support from all you people to actually make this successful. Thank you so much. I will be announcing my office bearers team in the second session. Thank you, Suresh.
Thank you, Diva. Now I request Dr. Hooda to take over today's session, who will be conducting the session on behalf of CLFMA of India today.
Thanks, Devra sahab. Good morning, everybody. अरे ब्रेकफास्ट हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? 9 होटल के ब्रेकफास्ट में दम नहीं लग रहा है. Good morning, everyone. Yes. Trust me, today is going to be a very interesting day for all of us. And the CLFMA team has made a very extensive program today. I have so many notes which I have not studied in the whole veterinary college, but I'll try to cover it up. Yeah. कुछ गलती हो जाए तो चेयरमैन साहब माफ कीजिएगा, पुराने वाले भी और नए वाले भी. And it's a very wonderful, actually I'm mesmerized. Imagine the feed industry and animal health industry and people associated with this, all enjoying in 5-star hotels. When we were young, हमें एक ही बात बताई जाती थी कि 70% of India lives in villages, 80% of India population survive on agriculture. And yesterday somebody was saying, the story starts always कि गांव में एक गरीब किसान रहता था. But the things are changing. India is becoming one of the world's fastest growing economy, number 5 worldwide, dreaming to be number 3. And out of that, whatever the money we earn, I think nearly 1/4 of that is coming from agriculture. And from that agriculture, I think, if I may not be wrong, 1/3 of that is coming from livestock. And that is, I think, a huge support to the whole economy. करीबन 40-45 लाख करोड़ के आसपास का कंट्रीब्यूशन हमारी इंडस्ट्री नेशन के लिए करती है. So big round of applause for the agriculture, and from that agriculture, 1/3 of that, which is around 15 lakh crore, which is practically double the size of automobile industry. Thanks, Mr. Dr. Mahesh, adding that information to me. Okay, so we are proud partner to that industry, which is bigger than automobile industry. Okay, we don't own Jaguar, but we are bigger than those people. So in that industry, everything was going good, everybody was making money, and we are proudly growing in a double digit for last 2 decades. But new challenges are coming for everyone. And today's symposium, we'll try to cover some of those challenges, and of course we'll look for the opportunities. In this biggest industry of 15 lakh crore, I think 60-70% of the cost is the feed, whether it's for the dairy or it's for aqua or it's for the poultry. Everybody, one of the biggest cost factor is feed. And we had ample quantity of raw material available in last 3 decades, which helped industry to grow. But fortunately or unfortunately, agriculture was growing with the pace of 1.5–2%, and we were growing with the pace of 8 to 9% or 10%. So now we're catching up with the surplus grains, and I think ethanol also adding to that. And you can say availability and requirement, they are just neck to neck. And the future, if we have to grow by 8 to 10%, do we have the sufficient raw material for that? That's one of the biggest challenge. So in the first session, we are going to address this challenge. And for that, we have a really good panelist. Before I introduce that, let me tell you about the second session. We produce a lot, but do we market it properly? Do we brand it properly? Are we able to have that kind of good branding what automobile sector has it? Some people have done a really good job in this, some are catching up. So the second session will be on leveraging emerging technologies in efficient livestock management and retailing. So in terms of branding of our products, that will be a good session. And the third session after lunch, we are going to discuss about sustainability because we are answerable to our coming future generations also, to answerable to the people other than our industry also. So that will be the third session. So if you'll ask me, we have divided into 3 parts. One is in terms of cost management of raw material, second in terms of retailing and branding, and the third will be in terms of sustainability. So this is the kind of today's day will be going on. I am very much sure that today's symposium will add value to all of us in one or other way. Not before taking too much of time, now I'll introduce the first session's moderator, Mr. S.V. Bhave. Mr. S.V. Bhave is our former chairman of CLFMA, and he is a part of industry for the last 3 decades. And surprisingly, I also came to know about him, many things about him, which I never knew before this. He is an engineer from the background and associated with the industry for the last 3 decades. His expertise is in case of fats. Palm and soy lecithin-based functional fat for the feed, he has done it out. High purity lipids and short-chain triglycerides. Presently, he is the managing director of Bug & Smith India Private Limited and is executive director for the high-tech feed. I will request Mr. Anil M. to escort him to the stage, please. Mr. S.B. Bhave. Big round of applause. लगता है मैं बहुत बोरिंग हूँ, मतलब तालियों की आवाज आ नहीं रही है, क्या बात है? Today's panelists for this panel first will be Mr. Reese H. Kennedy, Director US Soybean Council. Can I request Mr. Divya Gulati, the new chairman CLFMA, to escort him to the stage, please? 2 tall men for the industry, please. Can you introduce him also, please? The round of bouquets, the bouquets, here, please. Miss kar do. Chairman, sir, Please, I missed this thing. Our former chairman, Rashmi Bhave, should also felicitated. Please, a bouquet from your side to Mr. Bhave, please.
It gives me a great pleasure to introduce this tall, towering personality, Reese. Fun guy to be with, very intelligent, very sharp, and very knowledgeable. Reese Kennedy serves as a regional director for South Asia for the U.S. Grains Council, a non-profit organization that promotes the use of U.S. barley, corn, sorghum, and related products worldwide. In this capacity, he is responsible for evaluating, planning, coordinating, implementing, and managing the Council's market development programs in India and South Asia. Rees previously served as the Assistant Director for Europe and the Middle East at the Council, in which he directed regional market development activity throughout the region. Prior to that, he acted as Manager of Global Trade for the Council from 2018 to 2022, spending time in both the Washington, D.C. headquarters and the Tunis regional office, interacting with various global markets for U.S. coarse grains and co-products. Before his work at the Council, Rees spent time in Amarillo, Texas, working for Atterbury Grain LLC as a grain trader, selling corn, sorghum, and wheat to domestic and foreign animal feeders and millers. He graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in economics, with a dual concentration in finance and management from the University of Pennsylvania Wharton School of Business. Welcome to the stage, Rees. It was lovely introducing you. Thank you.
Thanks, Divya. May I now request Dr. Vijay Makhija to escort our next panelist, Ms. Anupa Vellasamy, MD, GFFCO Global Private Limited. Anupa Vellasamy, ma'am. Okay. Okay, she will be joining soon, I think. The third panelist for the day is Mr. Ajay Jhunjhunwala, President C of India. May I request Mr. Naveen Pasuparthi to please welcome him on the stage with the flower of bouquet. Please, sir.
Morning to everybody. Pleasure for me to read out Mr. Ajay's profile. Mr. Ajay Jhunjhunwala is Managing Director of JR Agro Industries and President of the Solvent Extraction Association of India. JR Agro Industries is a private limited established in 1982, prominent name in Indian agro sector. The company is one of the leading producers of rice bran oil, specializing in solvent extraction, refining of vegetable oils. Their products are recognized for their high quality and nutritional value. Mr. Ajay Jhunjhunwala is a distinguished industry leader and currently serves as President of SEA, which is Solvent Extractors Association of India, a premier association for the vegetable oil industry and trade in India. With over 30 years of experience in trade, he has significantly contributed to the industry's growth. As president of SEA, he has led several trade delegations to major vegetable oil economies, including Brazil, Argentina, Malaysia, and Indonesia. His leadership reflects his commitment to promoting industry, advocating for policy improvements, global insights, and strategic acumen. Mr. Jhunjhunwala contributes to drive innovations and excellence in the agro-industrial sector. He is also the speaker at trade conferences and invited panelists on commodities, roundups on popular TV channels like CNBC, Awaz, Zee Business, and Economic Times Now. Thank you.
Thanks, Naveen. All are so tall personalities. I'm very much sure that the session is going to be very exciting. We just missed a few moments back Miss Anupa Vellasamy. May I request Dr. Makhija to escort her on the stage and welcome her with the flower bouquet. And the last and not the least, sorry, please.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure to briefly introduce Anupa. Anupa Vellasamy is a trailblazer in organic waste management and a pioneer in black soldier fly larvae farming. It's also called as BSFL. So, in her presentation, in her dialogue, you will remember BSFL stand for black soldier fly larvae farming. With a background in software engineering, she transitioned into management, honed her leadership skills across diverse industries including retail, machineries, information technology, textile, food and beverage, and finance. Her extensive international experience and multi-industrial expertise have equipped her with the ability to adapt and excel in any business environment. At Kowai BSF, she spearheaded the development of sustainable alternative protein sources through BSFL farming. Her innovative approach to commercial BSFL farming has revolutionized organic waste management and turning it into efficient and resource-light solution. Ms. Vellasamy's work positioned BSFL farming as a key technology for addressing future feedstuff requirements for the animal and aqua feed. So give a round of applause to Ms. Anupa and welcome to this panel.
Thanks, Vijay. And last but not the least, I'd like to invite Dr. Prashant Shinde on the stage. He's the MC member CLFMA. And can I request Mr. Ram Kutty sir to introduce him with the flower bouquet? Dr. Prashant Shinde, please.
Happy morning. This is where without glass nobody identifies me. This is Ram Kutty from South India, Coimbatore. Sorry. Many people say, where's your glass? If you don't wear glass, they don't recognize me. That's it. Very happy morning. I am very happy and privileged to introduce my good friend. He's one of our MC members, Dr. Prashant Shinde. Very pleasing and unassuming and a very good friend. And I'm really happy to introduce my good friend, Dr. Prashant Shinde. Completed BVSc in 2000 and MVSc in Animal Nutrition in 2002, both from Mumbai Veterinary College, Mumbai. Completed PhD in Animal Nutrition from Indian Veterinary Research Institute in 2006. Worked as a postdoctorate research fellow from 2007 till 2009 in South Korea. He has more than 50 research articles published in various national and international journals. Joined Cargill, one of the leading companies, animal nutrition in 2010 as technology application manager in dairy feed. Moved to commercial role in 2014, currently working as a commercial director for dairy feed and nutrition. He is one of our committee members in CLFMA, representing dairy industry in formulation of BIS standards for compound dairy feed. So, presenting Dr. Prashant Sinde. Thank you.
Thanks, Ramkutti sir, our beloved Rajnikanta. So, before I ask Bhavesh sir to start this panel discussion and everything, few requests to the audience. Please keep your phone on the silent mode. If you get a phone call, please go out and attend it, no issue. And there's a running tea and coffee outside. You can enjoy it as much as you want without disturbing others. And Bhavesh sir, I'm really sorry we started a little late, so we have 1 hour for you and your team. So maybe you'll try to finish it in 1 hour. They'll be really thankful to you. And we'll have some presentations, and the presentation, I believe, will stretch maximum 8 to 10 minutes. Okay. And these are a few things from my side. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Huda. I was to ask you the question because so many lectures before the starting of session, and first of all, it was 90 minutes, then it has been reduced to 1 hour. So thank you very much for your indication. So today we are going to discuss about alternate raw materials. Everybody knows last 2 years the dynamics for carbohydrate sources in animal feed industry has changed a lot. Now the carbohydrate or oils and fats, the prices are linked to fuel oil prices. So we have to accept the fact as the fuel oil prices will move on, our raw material sources are definitely going to move upwards or downwards. The ethanol, Government of India, they have targeting that 20% minimum addition of ethanol into petrol by 2030. With this, 117 ethanol plants, they are sanctioned, they will be activated, and they will be consuming maize, which is a main raw material for our feed industry. At the same time, for biofuel, the edible oil or edible part of or a fraction of oil, it will be used to manufacture biodiesel. So, the biodiesel prices, it is free to sell. So, it will be as per the diesel prices in India. But at the same time, ethanol prices, government will be controlling, but it will be as per the fuel oil prices. So we need to understand, we need to accept the fact that our raw material now, they don't depend on what is the harvesting, how is the rains, then what is the hectareage under cultivation, but it will be related to another dynamics which will be a fuel oil. So we need to know that, we need to accept that, and here the most needed thing is alternate raw materials which can be used in our industry as a feed ingredient. So we have very nice panelists over here, and since they have reduced the time, I don't take much of a time, and I ask Mr. Rees to start his presentation.
Thanks very much, everybody. Thank you, Balaji, for the lead up there. Thank you, Divyaji, for the introduction. That was very kind of you. And thanks to the members of CLFMA for coming today. And thank you for your warm welcome today and always. Again, my name is Rees Kennedy. I'm the Regional Director for South Asia for the U.S. Grains Council, based in New Delhi, India. I think many of you know Mr. Amit Sachdev. He's been a friend of the industry for a very, very long time. He's worked for us for almost 30 years now, so we're very proud of him and all the effort he's put in. Yep, absolutely. A round of applause for Amit. Yep. So we are friends of the industry. What we want to see in India is the growth of the animal feed sector. We do have our office in Delhi, so anytime that you feel that you may need help, advice, or consultations of any kind, feel free to give us a call. We are here to benefit you. And that is how we feel about the Indian feed sector. And so with that, Balaji, you talked very much about what's happening in the ethanol space and what that means for the feed sector. Obviously, there's been some monumental changes since last December as corn has been diverted to the ethanol blending program in India and what that's meant for animal feeders. I would say the poultry sector has probably been impacted the most, but that is not to diminish the impact that's happened on the dairy and aquaculture and other feed sectors here in India. So I do want to talk a bit today about some alternative feedstocks that are emerging. We do have sorghum, or that's jowar, so you'll hear sorghum a lot. I think many of you are familiar with jowar. We do want to talk about what's here in India, but also what is available abroad in the United States. And then we're going to talk about DDGS. So particularly maize-based DDGS, we're going to focus today. The U.S. does have ample supply, but I also think it's important that the supplies that are being generated in India be used. So we'll talk a bit about both origins. So this sorghum, this is what jowar looks like in the United States. It is a very uniform crop cultivated in rows. In India, you might see smaller land holdings planting jowar, maybe less uniform rows, maybe not as industrial of a crop as we have in the United States. In the U.S., sorghum is treated very much like a very, very important cash crop that is used for a variety of purposes. So when you look at global sorghum production by country, India it used to actually produce more sorghum than the United States. The U.S. today is the largest sorghum producer in the world. Nigeria would be number 2, and there's India there with that red glowing line below. So India is no stranger to sorghum. I think many of you may eat khichdi or other dishes that involve jowar, involve sorghum, and you may know it in your personal diets, but it is another wonderful ingredient for animal feed as well. So we don't want to ignore it when we're looking at ways that we can replace maize in animal diets. When you look at sorghum exports by country, the U.S. is far and away the largest sorghum exporter. During our drought year of 2011-2012, we did see Argentina export a little bit more, but generally speaking, the United States is the largest sorghum exporter in the world. This year we're slated to do about 6.6 million metric tons. The vast majority of that is going to China. There are very small quantities that may go to Mexico because of some of the logistical advantages that may be there for some of our crop that's grown in the southern United States, and then very small quantities that are going to Japan. But primarily, all of that is going to the Chinese feed market, where they are using sorghum in place of maize due to some restrictions they have on trade policy. I do want to talk a little bit about the differences between U.S. sorghum and Indian sorghum. So I have marketed sorghum in India. I have spoken with nutritionists about using jowar or Indian sorghum in animal feed diets. What we have found is that there is a valuation on the product that's about 80 to 85% the value of maize, and there is a lack of understanding that sorghum can be used to fully replace maize in the animal feed diet. And I believe using Indian jowar, that may very well be true because of the tannin content in the grain itself. In India, there are some issues with birds that come and maybe pick at the crops that are in the field, so the seed companies still do include seeds that have tannin in them. In the United States, our seeds are tannin-free. We do normally use sorghum to fully replace corn in many diets, so depending on pricing in the United States, we will see sorghum go into animal feed diets at a 100% replacement of maize. Generally speaking, in studies that we've done, we find U.S. sorghum, because of the low tannin or tannin-free nature of it, we find it to be about 98 to 100% the value of sorghum, or the value of corn, excuse me, depending on what stage the animal is in or what species the animal is. I do want to back up and say that U.S. sorghum is non-GMO. So when you look at exporting raw materials or coarse grains to India, GMO becomes the chief concern. Sorghum in the United States is non-GMO, so this really could be a great solution for animal feed producers in India to look at as they look at ways to have access to coarse grains and increased raw material flows that can lower their feed costs in times when India is still kind of figuring out its ethanol policy. We're seeing shifts in acreage to corn here in India, But there's a lot of uncertainty, and sorghum can definitely be that stopgap for people as they look to progress during this time of high maize prices. So this is corn DDGS. This is what corn DDGS storage looks like in the United States. In India, I know that DDGS is primarily stored in bags. We are actually trying to encourage maize DDGS to be stored a bit more like this. This may be a larger warehouse than many people have access to, but there are still opportunities for storage to look more like this here in India to increase the quality of product. So I think we talked about the ethanol blending program in India. Indian corn DDGS production has exploded. So as we've moved toward that E20 goal that was set forth by Minister Puri and the Prime Minister's office, India started driving up their sugar prices. There were some concerns about how high those sugar prices could go, and so the government last December said that we need to look toward grain ethanol, but we don't want to take rice off of people's plates. We don't want to take chawal off the plate, so we'll move and we'll encourage corn to be the most important feedstock in grain-based ethanol. So in 2024, India is likely to use 5 million metric tons of corn for ethanol production. Last year, India was a 3 million metric ton exporter. Now perhaps they'll import 1.5 million to almost 2 million tons this coming year, which has driven the corn prices to 30 rupees per kg, which a lot of you are experiencing. But this also means that there are 1.6 million metric tons of corn DDGS that are available in the country, and we do believe that that number is likely to grow in the coming years as more corn gets diverted to the ethanol sector. So I want to just say it's very important that Indian feed producers look to DDGS as a viable ingredient to sustain your operations. Current price is about 14 to 15 rupees per kg, obviously a lot cheaper than corn and some other raw materials. My last slide here is looking at maximum inclusion rates. So starter broilers 6%, grower finishers 12%, layers 15%. Aqua is species dependent, but Vaname, obviously a very important shrimp that's farmed here in Southeast India, would be 10%. Carp can be as high as 25%, the Indian major carp. Swine looking at 25% in growing and 20% finishing. Dairy is 30% of the ration. Do want to flag one thing on aflatoxin. Obviously, that's a major concern. So I do encourage everybody form relationships with suppliers and test. Make sure you have a high-quality product that's low aflatoxin. In the U.S., we produce about 50 million metric tons of distillers' grains per year and export to over 40 countries, between 10 and 12 million metric tons, so an ample supply in the U.S. as well. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming. Looking forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you, Riz, for your nice presentation. Question and answer, we do it later, right? Okay. So then I request Ajay Jundunwala Saab to do a presentation for each subject.
Good morning to the distinguished gathering here. And thanks, CLFMA, for inviting me to give this deliberation. At SCA, we are more focused on vegetable oil and its S&Ds. To start with, I'm not a feed person, so I will just give you an overview of the oilseed sector in the world and as well as in India. So first I will talk about little bit about the vegetable oil. India, as you know, is heavily dependent upon the import. We are dependent up to extent of 65% for our edible oil requirement. And after that, we need additional 1 million tons of vegetable oil every year, which is a huge task. And that is because our oilseed yields in India are very low, roughly 35 to 40% of world average. major oilseed crops, soya, rapeseed, sun, secondary cotton, rice bran, and now we have a palm oil mission also in India. In India, we have low oilseed production because we are not paying our farmers the good prices. And we are unable to even maintain the MSP announced by the government in case of soya in particular. Recent duty hikes in vegetable oil, 20% from present 5.5, government has taken this major action to motivate the oilseed farmers, and particularly for soya, so that our production and acreage increases. And that's why the MSP for the prevailing prices for soya seed is gone to 4,400 rupees or 44 rupees a kg to now 48 to 49 rupees a kg. Now we have a national mission on oilseeds as well as national mission on palm also. Now I'll just brief you regarding the factors affecting the oilseeds, because oilseeds, whatever effect oilseed will in turn lead to meal production. The first is weather, global warming, like the present hotness in this Brazil, the fire in Brazil, the carbon credit policies, EUDR, which is reducing land and resources, regulations, crude petrol linked to biodiesel. The petrol prices in the next year, what we learned is, will remain $60 to $80, so it is not bullish. Biodiesel mandates, particularly in two major economies of vegetable oil or meal, you can say. One is Brazil and second is Indonesia. And one more factor nowadays is because of the financial status or the forex reserves, most of the countries are now inward looking. So they are more into their self-consumption. Now again, the last one is the geopolitics scenario, US election coming. Now we come to the meal. What statistics we have at SCA, that soya is going to increase all over the world. And we have yesterday only we have a conference. So the experts are mentioning that we are going to have at least 15 million tons of extra soya meal this year from Brazil, from Argentina, from US. So this is a very good news for the gathering here, that the prices normally $380 FOB Argentina, and the prices here is $480 around, the soya meal, export prices FOB Kandla, may go down in the next 1 year $200. Well, that is a big news. So we are going to see a year having very less oil and high meal. And rapeseed and sun meal is going to reduce by 5 million tons, but net effect is still will be 14 to 15 million tons. Now coming to India, as time is running out, I will just go fast. Soya, we are expecting a better crop here this year because it is expanding to Karnataka, Maharashtra, even Gujarat also. Meal production is will be around 8 million tons. The export this year is good, but in future whether we will be able to maintain it that we have to see. And now the question is of GM variety. There's a lot of debate in India about GM. So we are recommending to the government that we should go for GM. And as far as GM is concerned, what I learned during my visits to Brazil and Argentina, that GM is not necessarily required to hike the production. GM variety mainly gives the stability of production, the pest resistance of the seed, and other qualities. So, according to what we learned, that GM is very much required in India because we have a different sort of problems. And for this surplus meal, we are expecting in India also, particularly in soya and rapeseed. Rapeseed exports are coming down gradually. So we are recommending government to give a subsidy for exports. Regarding biodiesel and ethanol, I just want to mention here that ethanol is not good for feed industry because it take out maize and take out the energy from the maize. But biodiesel is good for the industry, for feed industry. More biodiesel means more meal. As Brazil is going very heavily for biodiesel, they have a very ambitious plan in next 5 years. So they need more oil. More oil means more meal will be generated. So biodiesel is very good for the feed industry, for price point of view. Then we have a rapeseed meal. The acreage is going up because of the good prices. So rapeseed meal will be in abundance, but because there is a problem of bitterness and the uses limitation, I think the scientists here will do something about it and increase the uses. And SCA is also tying up with institute like IITR to solve this problem. Now coming to rice bran de-oiled meal. Rice bran de-oiled is dependent upon the government procurement of paddy and the processing and the export policy of rice so that the processing of paddy happens. So it is basically related to government intervention. But the crop is good. Now it is groundnut and cotton. Groundnut is also increasing to some limitation, to some extent, say 15% at least. But cotton is reducing. Now since time is over, I just come to the main point, the DDGS. So DDGS is the factor which everyone is having a look how it plays out. But in nutshell, I can say for the next 2 years, the feed industry is going to have a very good time. So with these words, thank you very much.
Thank you, Zunzunwala sir. So more or less you have given a price outlook or a crop outlook. Thank you very much. I will request Anupa Veluswamy to take over.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Anupa. I'm from Coimbatore. We are into BSFL. It's not this one. Okay. So we are into BSFL farming. First, let me just introduce what BSFL is. It's a fly in itself, and the larvae part of the fly is being used to process waste. Waste in the sense, any wet waste can be processed with BSFL, which is very much important for India because we face a huge need of the hour to process the wet waste. So it can be in slaughterhouse waste, it can be vegetable or mandi waste. So everything can be processed with BSFL. What we get out of it is like a biomass of BSFL larvae, which is an excellent protein source, and basically it has a good immunity booster for the livestock. And apart from that, we have the compost also out of BSFL. So this is the life cycle. Just to give an intro, like this larvae in poultry, who is involved in poultry to know around the poultry fields, they would have seen the larvae of BSFL. So it's a total life cycle which need to be controlled for a higher commercial production. But why we go for BSFL is a question. The reason is like it doesn't compete, it doesn't require any feed ingredients or feed source to be processed, and it is nutritional, it is not a pest, and it is small in size, which involves the storability. It itself is a pellet sort of, so in certain applications we can directly feed this BSFL. So nutritional wise, it has a wide spectrum of amino acids. And again, fatty acid profile, very high in uric acid, directly impacting the immunity booster for the livestock. Thank you. Should I stand? Thank you so much. I'm sorry. So beyond the test reports, what we require, test reports we have certain parameters, and being an insect protein, there are certain parameters we need to analyze. Even for protein test in insect-based source, the protein extractions is slightly different. So we just have to focus more on trials to exactly know the potential of BSFL. So that's what we see in the trials. And Indian-based, Indian scenario trials is more to be done. What we see is close to 50% of fish meal replacement that has been required, and improved performance has been seen. And by 2030, at least 10% commercial replacement of fish meal is being looked at globally. And 3 to 5% as a supplemental inclusion, mainly because of the high immunity response that this feed triggers in the animals. So supplement application is much more viable currently. It's invariable for all the livestock, from aqua to animals. Even for cattle, certain percentage of inclusion has been recommended. Activity has been imposed. And uric acid content, very similar to coconut oil. It would be only fat, animal source fat, where uric acid content is such high. So all these are like boost the immunity for the animals. So can it replace fish meal or soya? I would say theoretically maybe. That's what the industry is pushing, but practically the volume required, there is a constraint, because this is just an emerging industry. The growth industry need to have. So why in India? Like what is the favorable? So why in India? Like what is the favorable condition is like in climatic wise, we don't require a controlled unit like it is in other part of the world. So this will be a very, very economical production of BSFL is possible in India. And effective wet waste processing is a need of an hour. Government invests a lot in bringing in the proper wet waste processing effectively. So this is a wet waste processing effectively. So this is a one important tool which we have to look into. And we have local market. And as been discussed, there is a shift in the feed industry. Like when ethanol production is happening, we are slowly moving into the spent grains, right? The consumption of spent grains. So when there is there should be some nutritional adjustments that is required, which BSFL can play a part of. And also, practically when we see use of DDGS, mostly it started happening. And most of the time I could see that it's happening in wet condition. So storability wise also that is an issue, and practically there could be contaminations in the DDGS before transportation or in storage. Those products, those volume of product can be fed or given a second life with BSFL, because BSFL can process this and nullify the toxins or contaminations that the material has, and we can use that biomass again to the feed. So that is the magic happening in BSFL microbiota, in the gut microbiota, that it nullifies most of the toxins, and also even it is used in bioremunerations where the heavy metals is been subsidized to a certain extent. So that application wise also we can use BSFL. So volume will be achieved when all these applications with BSFL is done. Again, BSFL, when each process from light to dried and from dried to defatted meal, each process increases the economical cost involved. So BSFL being a pellet in itself can be used directly as a live or in frozen format. So that, because it's again wet condition, so as industry moves, maybe there could be a option of using that in wet condition itself or in live feed as such. So the conclusion is we have to start looking BSFL in nutritional wise also, and also in applications where our trend in feed itself is changing, and it's more than a commodity, and we have to focus BSFL as a supplement. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. We will discuss what is the economic feasibility of this product considering other protein sources on later date. Let us finish on the last presentation by Dr. Shinde.
Yeah, thank you, Bhavesh sir. So good morning, all of you. So I'll start where Reese said left, right? So what I'll do is I'll share our Indian perspective of what analysis reports we have for DDGS and the way forward on the issues. Here's my presentation. Okay, thank you. Okay, first let me make a standing comment, right? DDGS is one of the most or best ingredient to have in terms of nutrients, right? So lots of proteins, energy coming from fat, good source of phosphorus. But now coming to the challenges, right? So lots of variability. So you can see like, the average min max, variability in protein, variability in fat, variability in color. So right from golden yellow to the darker shade of brown. So the point here is all as an industry, the distillers have to, do a lot of learning. We all are learning. So they'll have to standardize the processes. So what this drying thing does is it has an impact on in vitro protein digestibility. So I'll park this, I'll take it up in the next slide. But then I want to put a lot of effort on the burning point, that's aflatoxin in DDGS. So this data is our own internal data, 110 samples. Best sample we had is 7.5, 2 samples under 10, maybe another 10 odd samples closer to 30, 50. But all the other samples were more than 100. Okay, more than 100. So I sit on the BIS committees, right? So we were debating the specifications for BIS. And they are saying 50. I said, come on, how is that possible? Show me. And I'm challenging them with data. They said, you find your way. You reject the batches. So if I go by that logic, out of 110 truckloads, I'll have to reject 85% truckloads. So that's significant. And think, so at this moment, roughly 1.5 million tons of ethanol DDGS being produced. So let's take like, where will this go? Obviously, poultry will use like 2 to 3 or max 5%. High toxin levels, they'll not afford. Dairy, okay, people will use. But my concern is, even if the feed industry will not use it, still this ingredient will find entry in the market. And that's going to be a concern. That's going to be a serious health concern for the future. So milk processors, so we know that 35% of our industry is organized, so 65% is still unorganized. So imagine the impact. It's cheap in wet form. Farmers can buy it 5-6 rupees a kg. It doesn't make economic sense for them. Still at a dry matter basis, if they are still paying equivalent to or closer to the feed, what the feed will cost. But that aflatoxin load ends up into the milk, and that will circulate in the human chain. So policy decision makers, this is going to be a long-term risk. Okay, so another interesting point. So maybe Bhavisab, I'll need more time. Huh? This is really critical. So we were analyzing, our experience. We were analyzing with various quick scan methods. And we were surprised. So we used to get lower aflatoxin through the quick scan methods, ELISA methods. Still our feed was higher aflatoxin when we were analyzing by HPLC. And it's mess, we have to reject. So for those who really make 20 ppb feed, it's like hats off to you. It's a really hard work. And when we were doing the RCA, we found that DDGS, when we analyze the same samples by HPLC, the value is like 3-4 times. So quick scan methods cannot or don't give the good results beyond 30. They always say 30 or 40. But in reality, that batch load had aflatoxin of more than 150. So this came as a surprise to us. So that's why I thought I'll share this experience so that whoever are doing through quick scan methods should really migrate to HPLC methods. Okay? So now coming to that IVPD. Okay, so let's consider the standard IVPD, in vitro protein digestibility or amino acid digestibility. So we have a way of, getting these results through our NIR. So what this indicates is, and the next line is amino acid digestibility. Say the best would be like 79% digestibility. That's the standard used in US as well. But if I consider the average, so what this means is amino acid, the IVPD of 2.5 translate into an amino acid digestibility of 50. Now compare this, okay, so suppose your corn DDGS has a 30% protein digestibility of say 50%, so it's close to say 15 odd percent of digestible protein. Now come to a protein ingredient like rapeseed meal. Rapeseed meal has an IVPD of 7, so 70% digestibility. Now 70% times 36 is easily 25. Now at the unit cost of protein digestibility, you can easily find out that rapeseed meal is a much cheaper option compared to using DDGS. And that's for poultry, that's very critical. Now let's look at the mindset, right? So we have a mindset that DDGS sasta hai yaar, chalo sasta use kar lete. So, but the point I want to make is, we as feed millers have to think beyond ingredients. Okay, we have to focus on nutrients. So we have to look at what do you need from that ingredient, right? We need starch, we need say sugar or amino acids. Okay, so the focus should shift from ingredient mindset to nutrient mindset, and then look at best sources for those ingredients. Okay, so this is just a comparison of distiller's grain versus the cow requirement in the diet. So again, it's always good in a lot of ingredients. I'll skip this. The important point I want to make here is it has a lot of fat, unsat fat, and probably Bhavisab would be really interested in knowing this. So, okay, so unsat fat, most of it coming from linoleic acid, 18-2. Okay, so why is this critical? This has a significant impact on the Indian conditions, right? So if anyone who are dairy nutritionist will know that Indian cows' rumen pH is really low because of the feeding, management, various aspects. right? So under low pH or acidic pH conditions, this linoleic acid 18-2 converts into CLA. And this CLA, even at the quantities of 4 grams, mind you, 4 grams, can cause a significant drop in milk fat from, say, by 20-25%. That's significant. Of cow milk fat of 4 can drop down to 3.2. Okay, so why is this critical? Farmers are paid, or they get paid based on fat and SNF. So if you translate this, even 100 grams of corn DDGS can cause this milk fat depression. So that's significant. So nutritionists who are really looking at this ingredient will have to look in a wider way. So what's the solution? So the solution here is there is opportunity for distillers to really take out this fat, and it can be used in different industries, biofuel or others. But that will also add more value to this ingredient by increasing the protein, say, to 40-42%. Okay. So from the nutritional point, I'll move to the operations side. So this ingredient is not an easy ingredient to manage, right? So up to 10 for dairy cattle feed producers, up to 10-12%, it can be easily managed. Because the quantity availability is low, quite high, prices are quite low, everyone wants to challenge higher levels. So our observation is, and I can easily see it in the market, is pellets, they get soft, easily broken down. So the PDI is reduced, the pellet hardness, it is reduced. Lot of fines increase in bag. So traveling in the market, wherever I go, I see these days, lot of fines available in bags. And you'll have to imagine, like a feed bag produced at the plant is dropped and picked up at least 4 times, right? At the plant, then it's loaded in the truck, goes to the distributor, channel partner, unloaded there, again gets loaded, taken, picked up by the farmer or another channel partner and loaded at the farm site. So that causes a lot of fines. Okay. In addition to that, what we have noticed is this ingredient cannot be easily pelleted. So a lot of throughput reduction has been observed by 20-25%. And in addition to that, there are a lot of plant stoppages. So finally, what's the way forward? So I'm pretty sure this ingredient is here to stay. In fact, yesterday Balram sir had said 5 million tons, 10 going to 10 million by 2030. I spoke to a few distillers, colleagues, they say 10 million next 2 years. And since if you look at that 10 million, 2.5 million tons of corn DDGS is going to be available. Okay, with that, if you take out 8% of your fat, that's again going to be a significant quantity for biofuel. So the point here is we all have, all stakeholders, be it the farmer, the government, corn growers, feed millers, distillers, all stakeholders have to work on a common platform so that one, we set up a sustainable corn supply chain of good quality, work on the harvesting, drying and storage facilities so that good quality corn is produced, and then that will translate into a good quality low aflatoxin DDGS. In addition to that, distillers have to really work on standardizing, optimizing the temperature time combinations so that they give DDGS which is really digestible and valuable to the feed industry. A comment for the feed people, you have to think beyond ingredients. You have to think beyond proximate as well. You have to use the latest technologies, NIR, ensure you go beyond proximate and use the new tools available. And at the end, we all are learning. DDGS is new to us. We had observed some safety incidences as well. So we all have to learn and ensure that this ingredient there is more research. So I request the university guys also to support in this research. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So, Dr. Shinde, I have one question. When you say you take out the oil from DDGS, so it contains around 7 to 8% of corn oil. So whether anybody has, this question is to Junjunwala Sahab also, and he has done hexane extraction of DDGS. So hexane extracted DDGS, this may be reducing the aflatoxin or toxicity level because of the input temperatures and hexane. So have anybody tried defatted DDGS?
Actually, this DDGS concept is new, but some rice bran processors have tried it by mixing DDGS with the rice bran initially and then extracting it. So that the fiber and protein and everything improves. Though our association has issued advisory not to do so because it has two problems. One, you have asked about aflatoxin. Aflatoxin doesn't get reduced because once the fungus has taken place, after the extraction or roasting it or doing any treatment to it, it normally doesn't reduce, what I know.
Okay.
And second, this oil which comes out from the DDGS is also hamper quality of the original oil of the rice bran. So as an association, we are not encouraging that practice.
Generally speaking, in the ethanol production realm, it is understood that once a mycotoxin enters your plant, there is nothing you can do about it. So the best practice for ethanol producers is to work on mitigation tactics in terms of procurement. I think you said that very well, the sustainable supply chain, right? That is essential. And so, what we look at as the U.S. Grains Council is the feed industry needs to take a bit of responsibility in ensuring their own supply chain by working directly with ethanol producers and not through traders. Because if you can work with an ethanol producer directly and ensure that supply chain from farm to ethanol plant to your feed manufacturing facility, you have a much higher chance of encountering a higher quality product that has lower aflatoxin, that has more consistent nutritional metrics. I mean, the list goes on and on. So definitely want to encourage the feed manufacturing plants in India to work directly with ethanol manufacturers to ensure that supply chain.
And one more thing, what I came to know during discussions with a lot of people, that when the maize is harvested, either it is immediately gone to for processing, otherwise the moisture content, which is 17% around, will spoil it as far as aflatoxin is concerned. So when you see this maize to starch units, which produces starch, they don't have this aflatoxin problem.
So again, I have mentioned that BSFL will play a role here once there is a volume in DDGS process where BSFL in gut microbiota, it can reduce or nullify the aflatoxin present in the substrate. So that is a direct upscale that can be done using this particular larvae. So again, improvement in the protein quality, and also we can use suppose if there is a batch that's got spoiled, it can get reprocessed via BSFL, and again the biomass can be used as a BSFL larvae than directly using the DDGS. So that is one application we have to look into, and that will definitely evolve as DDGS industry evolves and also on the BSFL as it evolves.
So, any questions? We can start the floor.
Cost economics of BSFL, right now BSFL meal, defatted BSFL meal is trading at 120 rupees per kg. 120. That is a very small, we are very handful of manufacturers of BSFL as such, and the processing is in a very, very limited quantity. But as the industry grows, this economics will play a role. Volume of scale will definitely play a role in reducing the price. And
up to what level? Reducing up to what level? This 120?
I won't say it will.
50% of this?
So fish meal, if you say it is trading around that price, and it has reached even 143 in Thoothukudi based price at certain point. So we can keep the price below fish meal, that is possible.
But fish meal, this dairy industry is not using fish meal. And now neither this BSFL will going to use in the fish this dairy industry. It will be only used in the poultry industry only, or
Poultry
in the
and
pet food, or in
aqua.
the pet food.
That's true. That's true. Poultry and aqua is a major possibility where animal protein is much of a need.
This is too expensive. And if you're saying this 120 rupees per kg or this is, I don't think so. It will be viable for any industry to use it.
Right. Cattle usage maybe as a supplement, not more than 1 or 2%, not as a mainstream replacement.
Cattle, it is not possible because it is banned. Animal product, we cannot use, animal protein, we cannot use in the cattle industry.
Agreed, sir, agreed.
Then coming again to the poultry, because I'm a man from poultry also.
Right.
So poultry, again, it is very expensive. Already the poultry feed cost is around 35 to 40 rupees a kg.
Right.
If 120 rupees, if at the bulk level we start manufacturing, it will be around 60 rupees a kg, not less than that in any case.
Yeah, so point well taken. Again, we'll have to change that mindset from ingredient to nutrient. Okay, so if BSF provides good quality of amino acid, why not? Okay, you'll have to run that value, so you'll not find it expensive. Again, there's a different way of looking at it, right? From one side, it looks expensive.
But sir, its cost should be about something around.
So we can discuss that. I can show you a parametric run wherein you can, if good amino acid profile product will really give, even if it's expensive, it will find space in the formula. I can share it with you later. Right. Yeah.
So there are different formats also which I want to address. In poultry, we directly don't, the price increases as the process increases. In poultry, we don't have to do that. In poultry, we can directly feed live larvae, locally sourced. And waste is available locally, which need to be processed. So when that is done, it is below price of maize. That is possible with BSFL. The live larvae or frozen format, we can give the BSFL below the price of, but you can't equate the protein percentage directly with the price. Some people argue that soya protein, 1% of protein, it's equivalent to 1 rupee. So can this be? No, we can't argue in that way. Because the mass varies, the weight varies, and moisture content varies, but the quality, again, as Sir said, the quality is different. So if you are directly talking on to the price and the inclusion of BSFL, then we have to look into the format, whether we can use it as a live feed. And for poultry, live insect is not something new, which is very, very nutritional, and they have evolved for that inclusions.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
What are the challenges you are facing to scale BSFL production to scale to commercial levels? What are the challenges? Because we've used BSFL, we've run some experiments, we've got some data.
Right.
I want to listen to you. What are the challenges you're facing to scale it to a commercial level?
Right. Right now, government is of support with the BSFLs. Slowly, government recognition for BSFL units started, and couple of municipals have started using BSFL to mitigate their urban waste. So waste is the starting point for BSFL. And the waste we are talking is not just something that is pure, it's like a mixed waste. And that is exactly what we have to address using BSFL, because there is a problem there. So when we go for a mixed waste, collection, processing, and handling of mixed waste is the biggest challenge. But that will evolve as it becomes more, at least in certain stages, it becomes automated. And the entire industry will get fragmented, where production units will form, like hatcheries and growouts will form. And that will evolve as the industry evolves. So waste handling is the major challenge here. Yes.
Ma'am, I would like to correct you. Here, ma'am, in front of you.
Yes.
I would like to correct you. The present price of fish meal is below 100. And which you said 143 is 1.5%. And say 150%. That's mine.
Thank you so much for that correction, sir. What I'm trying to say is, fish meal has evolved a lot. It's a big industry in itself. And BSFL has just started, especially in India. We are already lagging. Globally, we need to catch up a lot. At this volume, if we can bring down the price to 120 or even for 140, I would say there is a long way to go, and we can definitely bring down the price as the scale improves.
So would you say that the amino acid profile of BSF would be much better than fish meal?
There is variance, sir. We can't always equate apples and oranges. It's totally different.
It may be an alternative.
They're totally a different species.
When the prices are lower, people think for alternatives, but not when the prices are higher.
Alternatives, but certain part can be included. Suppose if you take BSFL, the omega-3 is low. But omega-6 and 9 is present like vegetables.
6 is cheaper. Omega-6
Yes,
is cheaper, which is
definitely,
available in the vegetable protein.
I agree, sir. I agree. But omega-3 inclusion can be done in the BSFL substrate to accumulate. So fatty acid profiles gets accumulated. So that can be included.
What about the digestibility?
Digestibility is good. The only
80% or 85%?
Maybe around 60 to 70%, I believe. The only anti-nutritional aspect is chitin.
All right, thank you.
So a question to Junjunwala sir. Hello.
Is it less expensive than corn? And then second question is there any the profile between red sorghum and white in India? And what is the replacement? Whether here in India we do normally sorghum, bajra, we do 10 to 15% replacement which we do with the corn. How much maximum we can go with the sorghum replacement? Corn.
Okay, there's quite a few questions there, Ram, and thanks for them. They are important. Quickly, the profile, sorghum is slightly higher protein than corn and slightly lower in starch. It's going to have a similar fat content, so not a huge change there. But when you are formulating with sorghum, you do want to keep in mind that there is a markedly higher protein content. So corn tends to be about 8%-ish protein, or 7 to 8, whereas sorghum may be as high as 9%. So it's not, a protein source, but it does have more protein that needs to be accounted for when you move into your animal feed rations. In terms of pricing, sorghum is generally valued against domestic corn prices in China. And that, we can go into detail in that, during the later stages in private, but it tends to derive its value from what corn is trading at in China. And for the last, I would say, decade or so, that has generally been higher than U.S. corn prices, with some variation here and there. I will say, as the U.S. decouples from China, there are opportunities or there are potential changes in trade flows, and that could move sorghum to needing to find a new home. If China is not in the market for sorghum, then sorghum will generally sell anywhere from 92 to 95% the value of corn within the United States for processing, meaning that it would be cheaper than corn on the global market if China is not present. So I always tell potential sorghum buyers, I say you should be watching the U.S.-China relationship, because that actually has a lot to do with what sorghum price will do. Right now, sorghum is about 120% the value of corn. But if China, enacts tariffs like they did in 2018, it was 2018, 2019 on sorghum, or does some sort of, let's say, trade policy movement to not allow sorghum into China, you will see the price of sorghum drop precipitously and overnight. It happens very, very quickly. In terms of the difference between white and red sorghum, in the U.S. we call that yellow grain sorghum, but it does look red. Not a huge difference in nutritional profile, but there is a difference in marketability to consumers. So in the U.S. we do grow white sorghum, but it mainly goes to human food consumption, and it's a much, much smaller crop, whereas the red grain tends to be a much more industrial crop and goes toward processing for animal feed and ethanol production as well. But not a huge difference in terms of nutritional profile.
What about the digestibility of sorghum and corn?
Digestibility? Yeah, so sorghum will have a lower AMEN for poultry production. So you will see a lower amount of energy, but again, it's made up with that extra protein. So generally speaking, we see it as slightly below the value of corn because the AMEN is lower. So looking at like 98 to 99% the value of corn, depending, the true nutritional value, depending on what species and what stage of that species life growth cycle you're feeding it to.
Thank you.
Yep. But in Indian sorghum, which is not a red sorghum, so have you ever compared what is the difference between red sorghum analysis and Indian sorghum?
So the Indian sorghum will look very similar. We have looked at this. It will look very similar. The main difference, and this is the main difference between the U.S. varieties and actually every other variety around the globe, whether it's Indian, Argentinian, Australian, is the tannin content. So there are certain industries like Baijiu alcohol production in China that prefers high tannins because it translates to a tastier beverage that we all consume. But animals don't like tannins, right? It reduces the digestibility of the nutrients. So while the nutritional profile will look very similar, the presence of those tannins impacts the digestibility, which makes truly, Indian sorghum, you're looking at about 80 to 85% the value of Indian maize, and a lot of that has to do with that tannin content that's not present in U.S. seed today.
Thank you.
Hello. Madam, coming back to again insects protein. I think that concept is very well accepted. The question is, we would like to understand, how do you position this product in pet food and aqua feed, especially in the shrimp? Number one. Number two, what are the key challenges you face when you deal with these two different species?
Can you come again with the second question?
What are the key challenges you face when you deal with these two different species?
Pet and aqua.
Pet food and aqua shrimp feed.
Okay, in pet food, even multiple formats has been accepted. We start with pulp. Even frozen and pulp is being used in pet food. In their extrusions, instead of adding moisture, they just add the BSFL pulp. So they claim, pet food manufacturers claim it increases the palatability and the acceptance is good. So we start with that format. And it goes in the dried, slow dried BSFL goes for birds, pet birds and exotic birds. And meal inclusion is there in all the extruded pellets. Dog cables, big level, no company has started yet, but in ornamental fish, it's been already done. It's established market in inclusion of BSFL meal, up to 20-25% they are including in the replacement of fish meal. So that is pet, and for aqua, it's just exploring. The main aspect is on the supplemental level. That's what we are pushing, where it can definitely help in antimicrobial activities, reducing the antibiotics that been implemented in the aqua. Especially in shrimp feed is the first target. Shrimp and carnivorous aqua animals is what we are focusing, like morel and the sea bass. So again, the market for these carnivorous animals and the way we can implement in shrimp all these commercial feeds is quite challenging, because it being a new ingredient to involve and get into the feed mills is a bit challenging as of now. Pet industry has already seen the performance. They have started including already, especially in ornamental fish. Pet food acceptability is also good. There are brands that has already come with the BSFL meal inclusion as a topper and different formats. And pet food, dogs, especially dogs, the impact on BSFL inclusion is immediately seen, because it is projected and it is a hypoallergenic protein source, a novel protein source. So the effect on dogs' performance is already been there. Suppose there are certain protein source which becomes allergic for dogs. When it replaced with a BSFL meal or BSFL pulp for that matter, as a raw diet also, the change is visible within 1.5 months of inclusion. So that is what we understood from the veterinarians.
Thank you very much. So I thank all the panelists for their illustrative presentation. And those who have more questions, they can meet them personally and discuss with them. So here I end this session, because so many times Dr. Huda is already there looking at me. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bhavesh Saab. And a big round of applause for everybody, all the panelists. One thing is proven today. एक भाषा जो सबको समझ में आती है वो है the language of money है. So the cost involved, the money involved. Everybody understand the language of money. Okay, I would like to call on the stage our outgoing chairman, Mr. Devra, to felicitate our panelists. First of all, please give a memento to our moderator, Mr. S.V. Bhave. अरे इतना बढ़िया पैनल डिस्कशन में तालियां तो होनी चाहिए. Don't worry, the tea and coffee is waiting for you outside. Next memento to be presented to Mr. Reese H. Kennedy. Thanks, Reese, for such a good information on sorghum. Next memento to be given to Miss Anupa Vellasamy, the young lady taking all the key questions. For Mr. Ajay Jhunjhunwala, President, Solvent Extract Association. And the last, Dr. Prashant Shinde, the young nutritionist. Can we have a photograph, all of you together, please? Dear friends, with this we will announce the first session to be over, and we will have a tea break of 15 minutes. Sharp at 12:05 we will meet again, and the second session, trust me, is going to be even much more interesting than this one. It's on the branding, on the retail business. Please come back sharp at 12:05. Thank you.
healthy meat. Delicious kebabs. $4 billion and growing at the rate of 10% a year.
But I'll take care of your mind. I lost you, I miss you, I wanna haunt you, so don't you deny it. I lost you, I miss you, I wanna haunt you, so come back. Ooh, I deny it. I lost you.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start again the second session. I'll request all CLFMA volunteers to call all the guests from outside. We'll start in next 2 minutes. Please call everybody inside. Good afternoon, everybody. Please take your seats so that we can start the second session, please. Sorry?
आपको बुलाऊंगा ना पहले
हाँ आप ही को बुलाऊंगा हाँ तो वही बोला
किसको बुला रहे?
इसको बुला रहे वो भी अनाउंस करने के लिए
नहीं पहले है ना मेरे को बोलो, मैं अपने डॉक्टर क्या नाम मैं अनाउंस करूँगा, डॉक्टर दत्ता को
वो कराता हूँ मैं आप लोगों को मैं आएगा डॉक्टर दत्ता. Before we start the second session, I'll request Dr. Sujit Datta to come onto the stage so they can felicitate him. We missed in the morning, sir, and our outgoing chairman, Mr. Suresh Devra, will felicitate you with the bouquet of flowers. Big round of applause. Yeah. The second technical session will start. Before that, I will call on the stage our new chairman on the stage to announce the name of the office bearer. Please, Gulati sir.
Thank you, Huda sir. I'd like to announce the office bearers, and I would love to have all the office bearers on stage once I announce their name. Naveen as Deputy Chairman. Sumit Surekha as Deputy Chairman. Abhay Parnekar as Deputy Chairman. Abhay Shah as Deputy Chairman. Nisar as the Secretary. Ram Kutti as the Treasurer. East Zone President Balram Bhattacharya. West Zone President Saikat Saha. North Zone President Huda. I am also taking a South Zone President by making him a special invitee. He's a young chap from South India. His name is Sarvanan. He's not here, it seems he's outside. ठीक है, they missed out, क्या कर सकते हैं? Anyways. And I will also like to take Mr. Rakesh Swami of Godrej Industries as a special invitee of CLFMA in the board.
Thanks, Divya. And now we'll start the second session. We are running already late, but I'm hopeful that we'll try to cover as much as possible. There was a first session where everybody was worried about the cost and how to save the money. And now there's a second session which is basically on branding, retailing, and which teaches us how to make the money. So the session name which is going to come up now, the session will be leveraging emerging technologies for efficient livestock management and retailing. And for that, we have a moderator, our beloved, well-known person, Dr. Dinesh Bhosle. Dr. Dinesh Bhosle is a BVSc, MVSc, PhD Animal Nutrition. Beside having a diploma in business management, he is member of Extension Council, Research Council of Rajasthan Veterinary University, Maharashtra Animal Fisheries Sciences University, Skill Board of Dairy, BIS Animal Feed Committee, Editorial Board of Journal of Animal Nutrition and Feed Technology, Management Committee of ICR. List is so long, Dr. Saab. I believe everybody knows you, and a big round of applause for Dr. Bhosle. May I request Mr. Abhay Parnekar to come on the stage and give bouquet to Mr. Bhosle. We have a very distinguished panel today representing all different segments of chicken, dairy, as well as an aqua segment in this one. And first, foremost, I'd like to call on the stage Mr. Narendra K. Pashuparthi, founder and CEO of Nandu's Chicken. Big round of applause for Mr. Narendra. May I request Dr. Shekhar Shah to give a bouquet to him and tell about him. Please, introduce him. Please, second.
Yes. Thank you. It's an honor for me to introduce Mr. Narendra K. Pashuparthi. He calls himself the Chief Farmer and CEO of Nandu's Chicken. He holds a bachelor degree from BMS College of Engineering and a master's in Information Science and Technology from the University of Texas. While he hails from a business family, he chose to work outside the family business for over a decade in order to learn how to be an employee before being an employer and to gain an understanding of every function within an organization. He believes that this experience has culminated into his ability to build a strong organization from the ground up with a complete understanding of its end-to-end operations. His responsibilities within the company covered various areas like finance, accounting, marketing, sales, production, and whatnot, basically. He also holds several honorary and advisory roles in the industry, including Honorary Secretary of Bangalore Rotary Midtown. He's also on the board of advisors for a few tech and green tech startups, and is an angel advisor, investor as part of Mumbai Angels Investor Network, basically. He's also actively in contributing to society by making a difference through Rotary Bangalore Midtown. He has participated in providing assistance to several government primary schools and the running of a pharmacy to dispense medicine free of cost. He is part also of donations to Akshaya Patra Midday Meal Scheme, and he has assisted in setting up Karnataka's Fast Skin Bank at Victoria Hospital in Bangalore. It gives me once again a very pleasure to introduce Mr. Pashuparthi, and thank you, Mr. Pashuparthi, for being here. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Shekhar. And equally young and equally entrepreneur from the dairy side, I'd like to introduce now Mr. Nikhil Chitale. Big round of applause for Mr. Nikhil Chitale. May I request our new secretary, Mr. Nisar Mohammed, to escort him, felicitate him with flowers, and give a brief introduction about Mr. Chitale. Mr. Nisar, please give an introduction of Mr. Chitale.
Mr. Nikhil Chitale is a fourth generation partner at 85-year-old Chitale Group. He studied mechanical engineering at Vishwakarma Institute of Technology and Masters of Science in Industrial and Systems Engineering in the State University of New York in the United States. Over the last few years, Nikhil had handled multiple roles at Chitale Group that includes manufacturing, operations, supply chain, data management and MIS, franchising and infrastructure creation. Nikhil is now leading the sales and finance business at Chitale Group. Chitale Group now retail through their network of 500 plus stores and more than 2.5 lakh retailers and supermarkets across the country and global markets. Nikhil Chitale is an entrepreneur and the founder of Bonco Chocolates, a new innovative chocolate brand launched under his startup. Nikhil also began his angel investor journey in 2020 and is invested in startups focusing on cloud computing, e-commerce, and cosmetic AI. Nikhil is also involved in research on agriculture, animal husbandry, and economic trade policies. We present Nikhil Chitale.
Thanks, Nisar. And our last but not the least panelist for today's discussion is Mr. Balasubramaniam V, General Secretary, Prawns Farmer Federation of India. Please be on the stage, sir. And may I request Dr. Makhija to come on the stage and welcome him.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure to introduce briefly Mr. Bala Subramaniam, very popularly known as Bala. So, Bala is a General Secretary of Prawn Farmers Federation of India, and he is a seasoned farmer of shrimps for more than 3 decades. Looking at him, nobody will believe that he is a farmer for 3 decades. He's quite young. And he has been very passionate in shrimp farming and MBA, and he has done a specialized courses on shrimp farming and hatchery practices. He is a prominent advocate of Venami farming in India and played a very crucial role in policy decision and responsible introduction of Venami in India. He has held significant position in government organizations such as MPDA, FSSAI, and SEBA. He is the first one to launch India's first shrimp startup QSR and to promote the domestic shrimp consumption. Mr. Bala frequently represents Indian aquaculture at the national and international forums and advocating shrimp production. Moreover, he himself produced close to 250 tons of the shrimps, and as we all know, 95% of our shrimps are exported to the world, like US, European Union, Japan. So anytime if you are traveling to US, EU or Japan, so there is a likelihood you may find shrimp produced by our own Mr. Bala. So big round of applause and welcome to you, Mr. Bala.
Thanks, Dr. Makhija. Over to you, Dr. Bhosle. And I hope that maybe next 1 hour you'll be able to cover up on that side. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, CLFMA. Thank you, all of you, for attending this second session. It's always wonderful to come and attend CLFMA's National Symposium. I think most of you wait for this day every year. As all of you know, India is 1, 2, 3, 4. First in milk production, second in freshwater aquaculture, third to high quality brands. So let me invite Naren first and give you a presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here and share our story. Just going to take a minute or so, play you a small video that will actually cover a lot of ground, and then I'll take you into what kind of technology that we are using to run our operations. The topic that was given to me was to talk about how pervasive technology can be in a retail operations. So I'm going to take you through the technology stack at Nandu's. So it will give you an idea how deep tech runs in any poultry, or meat retail operations. So here is a small introduction.
India loves its meat and we know it. We've been transforming the way people consume safe and healthy meat since the 60s. And we are on the path to becoming India's most loved and trusted meat brand. We are Nandu's. Today,
so having said that, a little bit of history from where we come. I mean, like most of you know us, we are a poultry company started by my father about 60 years ago. The whole purpose of starting Nandu's was to get a better realization for ourselves. We were forced into doing something and reach the end consumer. It's been a 7-year journey, and then this video will just take you through our beginnings. At Nandu's, we are farmers delighting our consumers with fresh and healthy produce.
Our journey started in 1963 in Bangalore with a vision to revolutionize poultry and livestock farming in India. Today we have redefined poultry and livestock farming by adopting world-class process and technology, helping us to deliver on our food safety promise. Our guarantee of safe and healthy meat is possible because we control the entire supply chain right from farming to retailing of meat and meat products to their homes.
So that's what we are. We are today India's largest hyper-local omni-channel meat retail company. We operate 55 company-owned and company-operated meat retail stores. Our focus is not just retailing chicken, but also mutton and fish. We also do close to about 35 different value-added products, ranging from breaded products like your nuggets and popcorn and chicken strips, running into a lot of regional cuisines, which are heat and eat kind of products like chicken 65 or curry leaf pepper chicken. So that is to address the value-added segment. We also work with a lot of QSR brands. Today all of the cloud kitchens run on frozen products which they finish in their retail outlets. So we work with a lot of these brands, being their back end close to about 100 tons is what we supply to them on a monthly basis. So having said that, I'll take you through the technology stack that we use. So we are currently running on what we call as Industry 4.0 tech, right? Why we call it Industry 4.0? Because we have technology that actually spans multiple divisions of the organization. Whether it is industrial IoT, we use cameras in our retail outlets which are actually image processing, and we get about 8 different parameters to analyze consumer behavior. How many people walked into the store, walked out without buying? What time did the staff come in? Was there any pilferage in the night? How is the cash counter operating? So we measure a lot of these parameters. Then we use a lot of business analytic tools like Power BI and so on and so forth to enable our retail team to take real-time decisions. We are able to see our business's status in terms of revenue, profitability and gross margins within a lag of 2 hours. And we have another system that can give you real-time access to our financial performance. That is real-time, right? And then we are also looking, we are working with a couple of AI startups and building models to check the quality of the incoming fish especially. We are working with olfactory sensors, image processing to ensure that we add another layer beyond just human inspection. And of course, there's industrial apps that we use for ensuring that the SOPs at our outlets are followed. The area managers are intimated if anything is missed. So a lot of these things, we have built the entire tech stack to address all of these things. So at the core, we have our own ERP that we have been using for the last 7 years. It is custom developed. The whole point of an ERP is to capture everything from production to sales.
This year, we are switching over to Microsoft Dynamics, and that's actually a big step for us. So we also built our own point of sale system. There are a lot of point of sale systems available in the market, but could not meet our specifications and requirements. So we built our own point of sale system and integrated that with ERP. We have our own e-commerce system, which is the mobile app and the website. That's all integrated together with the POS and the ERP, so data is seamlessly flowing through. All of this core level technology enables us to build business applications on top of it. So the data that's in the ERP, which is populated by the sales data coming from the POS, it's all happening in real time, and then we built a data architecture. We have built a massive cloud data infrastructure where we host all our operational data, sales data, etc. And it took us about a month to put the architecture in place. So the data populates the architecture, and because of that architecture, Power BI is able to extract and slice and dice the data in almost real time, because the database, our data gets populated every 2 hours. Then we have our CRM solutions that help us in remarketing. On a monthly basis, close to about 1.5 crore of our revenue. We do about between 11.5 to 12 crores a month in revenue. But about 1.5 crore of that revenue actually comes from remarketing, and that happens from our CRM system. And of course, that also includes communication to the end consumer through WhatsApps, emailers, SMSs, etc. And how does all of this help, right? It enhances customer experience. It increases business revenue. That's all it is. Tech is all pervasive. It is critical, and a complex business like ours cannot run without tech. So, in fact, I keep saying that Nandu's is a couple of companies inside itself. So we have a slaughterhouse. We slaughter about 12,000 birds per day, and that in itself is a business. Then we have a food processing division where we are manufacturing about 100 tons of value-added products. That itself is another company altogether. How do you manage and operate these companies? Without tech, not possible, right? And of course, on the retail side of things, we have 7 sales channels. We have the walk-in, then the local Horeca, the FMCG Horeca, then we have white labeling. So, every channel has a different need, and tech helps us be actually efficient in operating all these channels. A little deeper architecture of our tech stack. I've spoken about all of these things. Then one of the projects that we are very proud of, and we have built IP around that, is our indenting and sales forecasting engine. This is something which we co-developed with Amazon. In fact, actually, they sponsored the entire project, because from the food space, we were one of the early startups to actually use AI and machine learning. Today, the whole purpose of that was to take indenting, get the guesswork out of indenting. What happens if you indent more, you have wastage. If you indent less, you have sales loss. It's a very finely, you have to balance that equation very finely. So we wanted to take out or assist the human judgment, and we built these models to learn from the data that we have. So one of the things that we did early on is to have this data infrastructure and capture all of these data. So we do about 1.5 million bills per year, and we have data on every single customer, every single transaction. Extremely valuable. So we fed this data onto the model. Then we put in a lot of other parameters on which the model will work, because India is very dynamic, right? There's religious festivals, there is Shravan, then there is some Amavasya, 13 no-meat days. So, the model, we trained this model to consider all of these and then give us predictions on what should be the indent for tomorrow. What is the sales forecasted for this Monday or for this Tuesday? So the model is in training. We deployed this about 5 months ago. The model is able to predict upwards of 90+% in accuracy of what a human is predicting. So it takes that guesswork out. We are very proud of this. Amazon's going to feature this in one of their SME events in Las Vegas this year. Then, like I mentioned, we do a lot of video analytics. Gives us a lot of insights, and we are able to kind of take very quick, actions to address some of these concerns about loss of sale. How many women are coming in, how many people are walking out without a purchase, how many bills are raised, is there anybody doing selling without a bill. So that level of control this tech is giving us. And of course, we have another app that ensures that SOPs are maintained, store operating SOPs. Did they come in the morning? What time did they open the store? Right? Notorious to manage retail staff. Insanely crazy. But this system enables us to act in real time. So that's pretty much what I had to say about the tech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Naren. We'll take questions at the end of all three presentations. So now may I request Nikhil to talk about how Chitale Dairy is using emerging technologies. I'm associated with Chitale Dairy since '97, and new generation in Maharashtra also prefers Chitale products. So they have done something different from other brands in Maharashtra to keep brand alive.
Namaste. Thank you, CLFMA, for this opportunity, and Bhavi Sahib. I am Nikhil Chitale. I represent the Chitale group. Mine is the 4th generation in the business, and we just completed 85 years this year in the business. My great-grandfather started this business back in 1939 in a very small village in Sangli district, close to Kolhapur. It's based on banks of Krishna River, and we had a railway station very close by. So two things that dairy industry needs. One is water. So we had water ample available, and we had mode of transportation was railway. So in 39, 40s, the ice used to come from Pune. My great-grandfather and my grandfather used to chill the milk, the pasteurized milk. It wasn't automated. And then they used to send it back to Pune. And that's how the journey started. Currently, we handle close to 1 million liters a day. And we have 2 sister companies as well. So we have 2 sister companies. One is called Chitale Foods, where we do instant mixes. The plant is currently handling around 40 tons of ready-to-cook instant mixes. That was a value addition for our dairy business. We make milk powder, so we wanted to add some value to it. So we started doing gulab jamun mix. And we are present in 4 different continents as well: Europe, Middle East, Southeast Asia, as well as in the US. And 65% of our milk is sold as milk, and that gives us a better turnaround. It's better churning as well. And after that, the 35% is converted into milk products such as ghee, Shrikhand. Shrikhand is one of our flagship products. Then dahi, paneer, and other products like commodity products, powder and butter. We only convert milk into powder and butter when we have a surplus of milk. And we also do khoya, khawa, and we have our sister concern in Pune called Chitale Bandhu Mithai Wale. And all the raw material is supplied to them at the dairy end. I have a 3-minute video about what we do when it comes to genetics and what we do when it comes to animal husbandry. Let's play that. So rising cost of milk is a big issue in India, and at both ends, at the farmer end as well as the consumer end. And mostly it's because of low yielding cattle, not proper feed available to the cattle, and transportation costs. So all these 3 costs are increasing every year. So we are trying to find the right balance. So first is find the right genetics. And we were able to collaborate with a company called ABS Genus. ABS is American Breeding Services, and Genus is a British company. So they are one of the largest genetics provider in the world. So we have a 120 bull stud farm in Bilavdi. We produce semen straws, and we produce around 5 million semen straws a year. And out of which 1 million are sex sorted semen straws. and they are distributed across the country now. Punjab and Haryana we have our biggest customers there, and I'm very proud to say that Tripura Sarkar and Jammu and Kashmir as well this year has purchased 1.5 lakh semen straws from us. So where farming is not possible, animal husbandry becomes the primary source of income, and we have observed that in Jammu Kashmir as well as in Tripura. So there is a video, if you could play it.
India is home to about 57% of the world's buffalo and 16% of the world's cattle population. Although being one of the largest milk producers in the world, India's average milk productivity is very low as compared to other dairy-developed nations. This is due to multiple reasons, including imbalanced feeding to animals, rising cost of maintenance, and lack of education and awareness about genetics. To make the dairy business profitable, animal productivity needs to be increased by better feeding and management of the existing animals and by improving genetic potential for milk production in future generations. With a vision to help farmers build, sustain and flourish their dairy business, Chitale Dairy partnered with Genus PLC, the world's leading provider of bovine genetics and reproduction services. Known as Chitale Genus ABS Private Limited, this truly world-class facility, Brahma, was set up to study and improve the cattle genomically. This bull farm is home to 116 genetically superior Jerseys and indigenous breeds like Sahiwal, Red Sindhi, and Gir bulls. Buffalo bulls of the Murrah and Mehsana breeds are also reared here. The farm incorporates the best practices in bull handling, production, health and safety. These high pedigree bulls are kept in utmost comfort and are monitored 24/7. Specially treated water is used to wash the bulls. The semen of these high pedigree bulls is collected and transferred to the lab through pneumatic tubes, making the process faster and contamination free. Washing, semen collection and incubation are all done under one roof, leaving no possibility of contamination. The result of this implementation has been a well-planned genetic improvement over a period of time. Based on the concept that the calves should be more productive than their mothers, Chitale Dairy's ultra-modern lab also works on sorting semen. The state-of-the-art computerized machines separate the male and female sperms with a high accuracy. Upon insemination, this sorted semen has a 95% and higher probability of giving birth to genetically superior female progenies. Research shows that these calves can produce a higher quantity of milk and have shown a high resistance to diseases as well. This was not possible without superior genes and the commitment shown by Chitale Dairy to uplift the lives of dairy farmers. The dairy believes in giving back to where you get from. And this revolutionary step is just a peep into the future.
So on the procurement side, what we have been doing is we run a program called Cows to Cloud. It's in collaboration with the Dell Corporation as well as with VMware, where we have tagged 10,000 animals in our region and we track and monitor their health data as well as their feeding data. We have about 140 livestock supervisors who are on the field with scanners and they feed the data to the system. And we can actually provide farmers with live information about their cattle, about the feeding patterns, about the disease management. Recently, when we experienced lumpy, we were able to vaccinate all our cattle in the district as well as the nearby districts with the help of data. And I think that has helped us tremendously to improve the milk production as well as the yield per cattle. And our next phase will be to tag around 50,000 animals across the district and Sangli and Kolhapur both. And we are also exploring, so there are these ultrasound techniques to improve mastitis and tissue regeneration. It's a company based out of Israel. We have been collaborating with them. So we try to use as much data as possible to be able to get better information about the cattle. And I think like the sugar industry, India needs to collaborate with farmers to be able to produce as much maize as possible, because that's the only way we think to improve productivity when it comes to cattle. And that's about it from my end. I mean, we can do retailing questions after the next presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Nikhil. He will talk about retailing later. May I invite Bala now to talk about tasty prawns. I hope we have prawns in lunch today. Otherwise, next time you bring it.
Next time, certainly, yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My special namaskaram to our beloved secretary, Tarunji. And thank you, Dr. Mikija, for inviting me here. Thank you, CLFMA, for the opportunity. I am Bala Subramaniam. I am the General Secretary for the Prawn Farmers Federation of India. I'm not an entrepreneur like these renowned guys here, so I will give you an overall view of what's happening in the shrimp industry. We are the youngest industry among all of us in this poultry and dairy and all that. So we're just about 40 years of age of scientific farming, and I have personally been doing about 30 years of scientific farming. India covers about 140,000 hectares of land in about 9 maritime states, starting from Gujarat all the way to West Bengal. And we are the second largest producer of shrimp and exporter in the world. We've been recently overtaken, past 2-3 years. Until COVID, we were top producers. Recently, Ecuador, a small country in South America, has taken over us because of purely genetics. I mean, Nikhil spoke nicely about genetics. Poultry, you all know what wonderful stuff genetics has done for you all. So yeah, we are the traditional supplier. I use traditionally USA supplier because we've been doing it for very many years that we become the traditional suppliers of shrimps to the US. We hold a fantastic market share there. We meaning, India I'm talking about. Shrimp in India is produced largely from Andhra Pradesh. About 70% of what happens there. And still, like in all other sector, we are a very highly fragmented sector. Majority are small and marginal and medium farmers. So a lot of consolidation is likely to happen in the next decade. So yeah, technology employed wise, again the largest technology in any other animal husbandry, genetics is playing a very strong role. And thanks to again Mr. Tarun for having introduced. We've had several fights before the introduction, but he's been instrumental for bringing in the correct stock for the country. At that time, it was very essential. So that is, from there we have improved a lot. We've introduced something called SPF animals, exotic animal of course, but specific pathogen free, because India was struggling a lot with pathogens in the system. Aquatic animals, very difficult to treat them, particularly viral diseases and microsporidian diseases, very difficult to get rid of them intracellular. So we had to have pathogen free animals, and that's in 2009 government of India introduced that, and then from 65,000 tons we have hit 1 million ton a few years back, and we've been sort of stable since then. Other things what we are doing is in terms of the same breeding programs itself. We have sentinel trials. The government, the farmers work with breeding companies, which again are all sitting out of the country. They work with them to bring in new breeding lines to check families, to check what's happening, what is the most important viable thing for the country. And genetic improvement species for domestic species also, Government of India has invested in an organization called SIBA. They are doing some work on, a lot more work needs to be done. It's already too late. Hatcheries, we are using a lot of technology, sensors like what Naren mentioned. You all know how good technology can help in monitoring the operation. So I'll just skip that part. But frankly, all of this is not mainstream. I mean, I'm being honest here. So this is, majority farmers are still low-tech, normal, like how any other farming system happens. Right now, the shrimp industry itself is not going through a very happy phase. It's not because of lack of production. Actually, it's a lack of the problem is overproduction India-wise and globally. The market is shrinking because there is a lot of issues with inflation and stuff in Europe and consuming countries, majority USA. So yes, farmers and the industry is in a survival mode. Everybody I've been meeting since yesterday has been saying the same thing. Aqua not happening here, aqua not happening. Production happening, but money is not happening. That's what they mean. Farmers are going back to the basics. So somehow we have to survive, right? We can't give up our farms, particularly in the coastal areas. Once you give it up, it's all gone. So they are going in for lower densities, pushing. One good thing about shrimp is the larger the size, the better the price. So farmers are going in for cutting down volumes, increasing the sizes, so they will somehow survive this difficult times, hoping for a better tomorrow. And we are also focusing on better quality seeds because it's a fundamental input, of course. And quickly coming to the hurdles in the shrimp farming progress, this is the high feed cost. Everybody's been talking about feed yesterday. And the low success rates in the farming, because still, despite of SPF is only, pathogen free is only when you buy the seeds. After that, the environment gives you a lot of difficulties, so pathogen enters, and that is another issue which we face in the shrimp sector. High operational cost, because funding for this sector is still, like any other farming, very difficult for us to find funding. It's all private fundings at very high costs. Low fund availability for even new technology adoption, for creating new infrastructure and stuff. Inconsistencies in seed genetics, inconsistencies is a very big issue, which it's not still standardized like in poultry. We have many companies, but still there are a lot of inconsistencies. This evolving process, I suppose. And last but not the least, the domestic market we don't have. See, when there is a huge shock happening, when any export happening, you have to have a domestic market which will absorb when there is excess production, at least smaller sizes, it will absorb in the domestic market. But sadly, in our industry, we don't have it because of the premium pricing and lack of supply chain, I suppose. In retailing, what are the technology applied? I mean, you can just go back to Naren's slide. Just like Naren, there are many other people doing very similar. I was happy to see in one of his slides some shrimp also. It looks like you're introducing some shrimp also. So you could just say very similar we have, but we need hundreds and thousands of Narens, and we have Manoj's, and we have another entrepreneur in our thing, Manoj. We need hundreds of them to absorb this 1 million ton of production that we are doing in the country. Right now, it's about 50,000 to 100,000 tons is what we are consuming locally. Still, 97% of Indian shrimps, I mean the Indian fish and shrimp is sold in the wet markets, and you all have experiences dealing with wet markets. It's very difficult to go and buy it from there. So yes, we have to have a disruption to waiting to happen so that somehow we'll penetrate into the domestic market, which is huge and untapped. Because shrimp everybody loves, right? Everybody wants to eat shrimp. Even Bosley wants to eat shrimp this afternoon. So it is an aspirational project. Everybody loves it. So what are we doing about it? So that is our plan. We thought the Farmers Federation should get together and start pushing shrimp into the domestic market. How do we plan to do it is, like I said, entrepreneurs are good. They are all retailers, organized retailers, but 100,000, we have 10 lakh tons. So we need to push at least 200, 300,000 tons into the country. Means you need a substantial market to be created. And that will happen only through a mechanism where the consumers are assured consistent quality, consistent pricing, and consistent availability. So these three things has to happen, and that's what we are hoping to do this. And why are the farmers doing it is the question I already answered. We need to support the Indian farmers to stabilize the prices. We strongly feel once there is a domestic market which can absorb whenever there is overproduction, that will stabilize the prices, even if it's not remunerative prices, but at least we will not make losses because it's a perishable product, like particularly it is in the inside the water, so it's not difficult for us to, it is difficult for us to hold it underwater. And then unlike chicken, you can't hold it as birds also. You'll have to feed them, hold them, diseases will attack. And then the holding thing itself is like chilled or frozen, and that also is costly. So we need to figure out a way to push this into the domestic market. And so how do we plan to do this? We plan to do seamless distribution network to push huge volumes across the country, set up farmer organizations, like almost like a Amul sort of a thing we are hoping to create. And every farmer organization aspires to be an Amul, right? So we also hope to be an Amul sometime in future. So that's the mathematics. 100 tons of shrimp per day is the plan. So that should take at about 30,000 tons per annum. 10 companies doing it. Eventually we will reach that time. But how much time will it take? What are all the processes we should go through? Is direct farmer supply. Somebody was mentioning how to cut costs, you have to take it from the farmer to the consumer with minimal wastage in between. So that is the plan to do direct to ensure that the goodness of the shrimp. I mean, I can honestly telling you, the shrimp that you eat in a farm is nothing like, rather what you eat in the market is nothing like what actually is produced in the farm. There's so much of a difference. The loss of the goodness, the taste, the freshness, everything is so much by the time it reaches the domestic market. If you eat the real shrimp, which is in a farmer, you probably will not buy what's happening. That is the kind of thing we see. Again, if you go to Thailand, you don't mind ordering shrimp and eating, but in India, you're always skeptical about it. So we want to break that. We want to ensure that all you deserving consumers get the goodness of the shrimp. This would bring in tremendous investment. So if people are investors are here, you're most welcome to get in touch with us to extract, make good use of this opportunity. We should have experience centers like what Narendra again was talking about. Here you will come to, you can eat. Many problem is, where do we buy? How do we cook? What to cook? Shrimp actually is the easiest thing among all protein, no? 3 minutes. If you, beyond 3 minutes, you'll overcook it, it won't taste good. So it just in 3 minutes, you can put together a fantastic dish, which is so nutritious, so tasty. But yet, people are very skeptical. How do I buy it? Where do I buy it? Things like that. So shrimp experience centers, which we propose, will give you everything. You can come, eat, enjoy, buy, and take home and also do it. So what are the product types we are planning? In fact, you will be surprised. Shrimp from Thailand is being transported live to China. Okay, a lot of things transported live. So what's the big deal? It's being transported live without water. That's a technology that they have moved into. So we have spoken to those people. We have visited those facilities. It's not such a great deal. So we are tying up with them to transport live shrimp without water to our retail stores and then revive them in water and sell it to the consumer. So because once you see a live animal, then you're completely confident about the quality of the shrimp. So these are all the things, because we still are in a country where we want to see what we are buying, the whole shrimp live and stuff like that. So yes. We'll also have freeze-dried. Freeze-drying shrimp is another fantastic product. The whole shrimp is just freeze-dried, and when you want to use it, you just put it in hot water, it comes back to life. It's as beautiful as that. So that is another product waiting to technical, it's all technical, everything is done, so we are planning to launch that also. So that is what the whole, about retailing, what the Farmers Federation is planning to do. And yes, thank you for your attention, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bala. I think it was a very good presentation, and 2 years back, CLFMA had invited Manoj Sharma as a speaker, and Manoj is doing fantastic job. He has opened a Jingalala restaurant, and I think we Indians should eat more shrimp. I would like to ask Nikhil to speak about how you differentiate Chitale, because customer has so many choices today.
Yeah. So, city like Pune or Mumbai, there are around 56 to 60 brands that sell milk, and milk is a everyday consumable. So the biggest hurdle or the biggest factor that we have to think of is the supply chain. Cows and buffaloes don't take holidays, so we don't take holidays. It's a 365 days of business. And we have to make sure that the supply chain, the cold chain is maintained proper every single day, all 24 hours. Because I think last 85 years, only 2 days we have missed sending milk to Pune, but we have still had to procure. One was the COVID's first day, where the demand dropped and we had to convert it into milk powder and butter. And one was when Mr. Balasaheb Thackeray passed away, when there was a bandh in Maharashtra. But these were the only 2 days. So the trust factor has to be built with the consumers. So even if you miss a couple of days of sending milk to their doorstep, consumer's doorstep, then the trust factor is gone. So one thing is to build that trust factor with the consumers. Second thing is to build that same trust factor with your stakeholders. I think milk supply chain or any perishable commodity, I think your channel partners are your one of the most important factors in the supply chain. So all your distributors, their facilities for them. So recently we gave around 50 insulated vehicles to all our channel partners so that the temperature of the milk is kept properly. And then the other factor was to come up with value addition products. So value added products are important, so is milk. So if you take a look at the larger player like Amul, their model is also very similar. 60-70% of their milk is consumed as milk, because then there is a turnaround, the churning of money is quicker. And that is what is required for a milk business. So you can't give a lot of credit in the market because you're supposed to pay farmers at their timeline. So milk is sold as milk is beneficial for dairies. I see a lot of new and up and coming dairies in the market who are doing D2C. D2C is direct to consumer. So these models are great from consumer perspective, but these are a lot of cash burn operations. So to earn a rupee, you have to burn a rupee and a half, which is not exactly what we follow. We like to enhance our existing supply chain. We like to digitize these mom and pop small shops that sell our milk. We have a network of around 2.5 lakh shops across Maharashtra. And the next phase will be to try to digitize all of them. Because if they go out of business, the business will go into the hands of larger players, which will control the market and which will tell the consumers which brands to buy. For example, there are a lot of e-commerce brands that are in the market which are large players. So if you're not present on their first page, and to be on their first page is a lot of cost. And if you're on the second or the third or the fourth page of your product is on their fourth page, then consumers are not going to go browse and go on to the next page. So it's good to build your own supply chain, good to rely on channel partners and build that trust with your consumers as well as your channel partners. And your product quality matters a lot. Like India, if anybody fails in sensory, the product fails. Like there will not be ever a repeat consumer for your product. So sensory matters a lot. You need to figure out your demographics. You need to figure out your audience and build products according to that. So product like Shrikhand may not work in the south, but broken curd may work in the south. So you have to figure out what the target audience is, what they want, and then according to provide that kind of a product. So those are the things that are important.
Thanks, Nikhil. Means we buy Chitale milk at home. It comes home delivery. And if sometimes that person doesn't have Chitale, he tried to offer us another brand. My wife says, no, I'll wait for next day. So that tells us how strong this brand is. So now it's open for discussion. If there are any questions from audience to these three young entrepreneurs, you want to add something?
Just a thought. I was listening to Bala talk about the industry wanting to, increase consumption, local consumption. I've seen this conversation happen in silos. Okay, I've heard the fisheries department talking about doing, fish mela, and then they fund small fish mobile counters. Just a thought, and just putting out there. This siloed thinking is actually not getting us anywhere, right? Because unless you have a very focused approach to the consumer, I don't see anything changing. Okay, looking at the demographics of the consumer, looking at the consumer's need, and going after the right channel with the right marketing support is what a campaign needs. For example, while you are thinking, our biggest problem today is we sell about 25 tons of fish, both freshwater and sea caught as well as shrimp. The biggest problem is the supply chain. Okay, we have access to, in the 8 years of us operating, we have a database of close to 2 million consumers, and our repeat rates are closer to 87%, right? And we are also profitable, by the way. We are not like a burning startup, right? So I was just running through some numbers. Licious actually spent 2,300 crores in the last 8 years to generate a cumulative revenue of 2,200 crores. Okay. Now, in our case, we have done 150 crores of investment with no external capital to generate a revenue of around 455 crores. So, now, if we have to go do this, these partnerships are very important. I keep talking to a lot of farmers who call me and suddenly the fish price is direct to consumer price. They don't make room for us, right? But when they're dealing with the trader, they're willing to go sell at, the production cost plus 5%. Why is there this disparity? It's a big challenge. Now, just to actually suggest something, what I was thinking is we are more than happy to work with, the association. The biggest concern for us is the supply chain is broken. The quality of material that I'm selling to the end consumer is actually not that great. Yeah. Okay, when it comes to fish and shrimp, especially, right? Everybody says 12 hours we are there, it's all a lie. It never happens, right? I've gone to the landing centers, I know when the trawlers come in, how long the fish has been in the sea, in ice, etc. But the consumer is actually being misled, right? Now, if we were to collaborate, I would like to make this offer to you guys. 45 outlets, we'll back you up with marketing support. We'll launch a prawn mela. I'll open up all of my 45 outlets for you to do the trials. We'll develop value-added products. Let's get those customers to trial. Okay. Right? On a Sunday, for example, I have more than 15,000 customers visiting our 45 outlets. Right? So that's what I thought I would want to share. This collaboration is very important because consumer deserves better.
Yeah. Consumer definitely deserves better, no doubt about it.
Just a thought. Yeah. I just want to lay it out there.
Thanks, Naren, for the offer. I don't think I should answer it. You've already given the suggestion, so we'll take you up on that. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, please. माइक को ऊपर पकड़िए हाँ थोड़ा सा
Lot of whisper is in the market regarding synthetic milk, adulterated milk.
Yeah.
But as a very good milk marketing company, do you have any initiative which customer can differentiate between the two?
That question always pops up, and to be very honest, like dairy industry has been very demure in their communication. Like our approach has always been in the past, bolne do hota hai, chalta hai, regarding the dairy industry, because the adulteration happens at the consumer end.
it does very little. It happens at the farmer end. So right now, if you see, you won't find any dairy brand that comes out and talks about what they have been doing to target that, or we source milk, what genetics we use, what kind of we source milk, what genetics we use, what kind of practices we use, what kind of practices farmers should use to procure milk. Sourcing matters a lot when it comes to dairy, and after sourcing, your processing matters a lot, because then it's a perishable commodity, so processing, you have to figure out how to do it, and then the downstream supply chain, and that needs to be most important, because if somebody, once you send the milk out to the market, if somebody tries to be a bit more mischievous, I would say, with the milk product, I think you need to be able to tackle that. And fortunately, our consumers have been very much aware. If you see city like Pune, consumers are very much aware, Mumbai, Delhi, and they actually are our well-wishers. They give us a feedback if something goes wrong. So that, like I said earlier, you need to build that trust with the consumers, so that the consumers are your... By the Shrimp Producer Association to have a band pricing for delicious and this type of brands.
Yes, again, to answer Narendra's question also, the
sustainability. The next session is on securing sustainable livestock, the challenges and the opportunity. And to moderate that session, nobody can be better than Mr. G. Chandrasekharan, the economist and senior editor and policy commentator from the Hindu business line. May I request you, sir, please come onto the stage, please. Mr. Chandrasekharan is an economist, senior editor and policy commentator specialized in agribusiness and commodity market. He provides policy input for the government through his personal interaction with senior policymakers, his business television appearance, writings in leading business newspapers. Chandrasekhar has continuously to hold several public positions. Currently, he serves as an independent director on corporate board as an independent member of SEBI CDAC. He is honorary advisor to select trade associations. He has been a valued resource person for USDA for over than 3 decades and is associated with several international institutes, including World Bank, IFPRI, IGC, GPC, ICAC, and many, many more. He is associated with cultural and social activities for the decades. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. G. Chandrasekharan. May I request Mr. Naveen Pashupati, the Deputy Chairman for CLFMA of India, to come on the stage and give a flower bouquet to Mr. Chandrasekharan. Mr. Naveen. Mr. Sureka, sir, please come and felicitate him. Yeah. Yeah. Big round of applause. Thank you, Sureka, sir. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to call the panelists on the stage. And the first panelist is Dr. Jeevan Kumar Gupta, Department of Animal Husbandry, Government of Punjab. May I request Dr. Prashant Shinde to welcome him?
So it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Jeevan Gupta. So Dr. Jeevan is a veterinary professional having close to 23 years of experience. He has done his veterinary sciences from PU Ludhiana. He did a master's in veterinary sciences from GB Pant University, Pantnagar. He is the recipient of a gold medal from the Society of Toxicology India. He also had a merit certificate from the university. In addition to that, he has also done an MBA in marketing. So Dr. Jeevan's professional journey began as an esteemed G.P. Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, where he served as a senior research fellow and as a teaching associate. In his earlier career, he was markedly and deeply involved in research, education, laying the foundation work for his subsequent contributions in the field. Later on, he transitioned as a deputy manager, animal husbandry at Virka Milk Plant in Amritsar, where he was involved in training various farmers in the areas of Amritsar and Taran, offering them essential support and knowledge to communities with limited access of resources. His work is in these undeserved areas remains a significant contribution and a highlight of his career. Since 2006, Dr. Jeevan has been a dedicated veterinary officer of the Punjab government, currently based out of Patiala. He is also serving as a veterinary polytechnic, and which is a unique institute that is also a training center of the government of Punjab, Animal Husbandry Department, and he oversees educational and training for more than 200 farmers, paravets, and veterinarians every month. His efforts and focus in imparting practical skills and knowledge in dairy, poultry, piggery, and goatery, ensuring that participants are well equipped to enhance the agriculture practices. He has also published and co-authored a book titled Turkey Palan in 2009, and is also an active member of various organizations like Indian Dairy Association and Animal Nutrition Society of India. Dr. Jeevan's career is characterized by his commitment to advancement of the dairy sector and improving the livelihoods of the rural communities through education, research, and hands-on training. His vision for the future involves continued collaboration and strategic efforts to drive meaningful change in the dairy sector, both within and farming communities. So please give a round of applause and welcome Dr. Jeevan. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Shinde. The next panelist I would like to call on the stage is Dr. Vibha Ahuja, Chief General Manager, Biotech Consortium India Limited. Please, ma'am, be on the stage, please. And may I request Mr. Abhay Shah to escort her and welcome her.
Dr. Vibha Ahuja, Chief General Manager, Biotech Consortium India Limited. She is the Chief General Manager at Biotech Consortium India Limited, where she began her career in 1993 and is an expert on biosafety and regulatory aspects, particularly with reference to genetically modified organisms, having more than 30 years of experience in the field. She is well versed in issues related to the Indian biosafety regulatory framework and has been part of the formulation and dissemination of guidelines, also served as a member of expert committees. She has expertise in planning and providing support in regulatory compliance for taking forward technologies for commercialization. She is also actively engaged as a resource expert on gene-edited plants in the region. She has led several capacity-building activities in the area of modern biotechnology, imparting training through seminars, workshops, national and international training programs, and preparing well-researched publications for various stakeholders related to biosafety and biodiversity issues. Welcome, Dr. Ahuja.
Thanks, Abhay. And the next panelist for the day is Mr. Kevin Riopak, Regional Director, US Soybean Export Council. Please, Kevin, be on the stage, please. And may I request Mr. Sumit Sureka, Deputy Chairman, CLFMA of India, to welcome him. Sureka, sir.
A warm welcome, Kevin. Kevin serves as the Regional Director of South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa for the U.S. Soybean Export Council. This is the international marketing arm of U.S. Soybean. Currently, he is based in Dubai. Kevin leads a regional team to develop, execute, and deliver the vision for differentiating, elevating preference, and enabling market access to U.S. soybean for human consumption, aquaculture, and livestock feed throughout South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. He is a graduate of Iowa State University with a degree in Public Service and Administration and Agriculture, having been honored as the 2024 Young Alumni of the Year and a 2018 recipient of the Statement Maker Award. He is also the co-founder of an app that won the American Farm Bureau 2018 Agriculture Tech Startup of the Year. He received an MBA from MIT in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Welcome.
Thanks, Sureka sir. And the last but not the least, I'd like to call on the stage Mr. Neeraj Kumar Srivastava, past chairman, CLFMA of India. And may I request Mr. Jason John to escort him and welcome him with flowers. Mr. Jason John.
Good afternoon to all. Welcome, Mr. Neeraj Kumar Srivastava. Mr. Neeraj Kumar Srivastava is a seasoned business leader with rich background in animal health and nutrition industry. Currently working as Managing Director of South Asia at NUCO and looking after regional sales, marketing and technical teams, driving overall business strategy and product commercialization. Neeraj's career spans over 3 decades, marked by noble achievements and leadership roles in various organizations. Starting his journey in 1993 with Glaxo, Neeraj built a strong foundation in both marketing and sales. He then joined with Provimi, Cargill and Novus and served almost 30 years in the Indian industry. Neeraj's leadership extends beyond his professional roles. He served as a chairman of CLFMA, a prestigious association in livestock industry. Federation of Indian Industry, PFI and AmCham in growth and development. His academic background includes dual master's degree, one in master's in science, which is MSc, and another in master's in business administration, which is MBA, with a specialization in marketing. Neeraj's continuous pursuit of knowledge is evident through his international accreditations from reputed institutions such as Melbourne Business School, the University of Colorado, and North Carolina State University. Welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Chandrasekharan, sir. And maybe we can go up to 4:30 and plus minus whatever possible on that side. Please, over to you, sir.
Will you start the countdown? Good afternoon, friends. It's such a delight for me to be part of this. but I'm going to be focusing more is the attention for this industry and for the participants here. But before we look at the topic is what? Securing sustainable livestock. What are the challenges and what are the opportunities? I think we need to understand, we need to be very clear about the direction in which this industry is moving, both globally and within and in our country. And once that pathway is clear for us, then I think there'll be a lot more meaningful discussion. How do we make it sustainable? And sustainability has multiple dimensions. Pardon my immodesty, I've actually designed what I call Chandrasekhar's 7-way sustainability test. How do you test sustainability? Because it is multidimensional, it is multidisciplinary, and it's even multi-generational. Okay? And therefore, we need to have a way to test it. And in my view, there can be 7 tests which need to be applied. And I call these tests steeple test. STEEPLE. What does it stand for? S stands for social. T stands for technological. E stands for economic. Next E stands for environmental. P stands for political. L stands for legal. And the last E stands for ethical. So therefore, and actually I'm developing metrics for each one of this, which is absolutely tough job for me, but I'm working towards it. But if you were to apply this steeple test, and the sustainability is not just for an industry, it can be even for government policy, it can be for an investment, it can be for business, or it can be for life. Okay, and therefore, you need to apply this 7-way sustainability test. What I am doing, is it socially relevant? What I am doing, can technology play a better part in capturing value? Is it economically feasible? Is it environmentally friendly? Is it politically acceptable? Is it legally unassailable? And finally, is it ethically right, whatever I am doing, my business? And therefore, if you answer yes to each one of this, there's a reasonable probability that your business or your investment or government policy, whatever you're talking about, will be sustainable. I just want to quickly capture the essence of this steeple test, and that's why I mentioned this point. Number 1. Number 2, will somebody monitor and stop me at the end of 10 minutes? Will you stop me at the end of 10 minutes? I have 10 minutes time. Okay, all right. Let's discuss what is the way forward, what's happening around us in the world, because we cannot tear ourselves away from the trends in the world market. Okay, and therefore it is important for us to know the pattern of global consumption is actually increasingly evolving towards animal products. Okay, in diets. This is a pattern we very clearly know. Of course, in the advanced economies, people are not talking about plant protein, etc., but it's still at a fairly nascent stage, particularly in the developing economy, populous countries in Asia in particular, and of course in Africa, animal products in diets are finding a bigger and bigger share. And therefore, when animal products find in your food plate bigger and bigger share, then the demand for crops that go into producing that animal products will also increase. There is no doubt at all. And therefore, what do you have? Maize on the one hand, and then you have protein meal from various oilseed sources, for example. For that will remain, that will continue to remain as the most important feed commodities. And according to the OECD, by 2030, 60% of total feed use will be represented by maize and protein meal. The next one, maize demand growth will outpace protein meal demand growth. Maize demand growth will possibly will increase by about 1.4 to 1.5% a year, while protein meal growth will be slightly, it will lag that it could be possibly 1.2% a year. Okay. Now, demand growth for protein meal is projected to slow primarily because lower protein meal share in large consuming countries like, say, the European Union and China. And China, you can see very clearly, is increasingly moving towards increased use of maize in feed, in feed mix. Okay? Then globally, and I enjoy saying this, and I've said this before in the previous conferences, globally, meat consumption is shifting towards poultry. Very clearly shifting towards poultry. And that reflects lower poultry prices in low and middle income countries, which are generally quite populous, where demand is fairly price elastic. And as costs come down, demand obviously will keep rising. Incomes are increasing, costs are gradually declining, and therefore there'll be a much faster demand recovery in the developing countries. And by 2030, again, OECD's projection that poultry meat will represent over 40% of all protein from meat sources. And as consumers are attracted to lower price, product consistency, and higher protein and lower fat content. I think these are advantages of the protein industry. And therefore, we have also seen, say, over the last 7 or 8 years, poultry scores whenever there is a challenge. And we have seen so many challenges in the last 4 or 5 years, including, of course, your lockdown and COVID-19, etc., etc. Why should poultry score? Because it has a tremendous amount of resilience, as I say. You have the challenges, could be disease outbreak, it could be sanitary restrictions, it could be trade policies. And these affect the evolution and dynamics of the world meat market. But poultry is in a position to respond to these challenges a lot more quickly, much faster. It responds to market signals very fast. That's because of its shorter production cycle as compared with the ruminants. And I'm sure all of us understand this. And there is also improvement in genetics. You have a much better animal health and feeding practices that can actually change quickly. The poultry industry is able to change the feeding practices much more rapidly than, of course, the ruminant industry, if I can call it. And therefore, I also see another advantage. As poultry expands, greenhouse gas emission growth will start to slow down. And therefore, that's again a fallout. It's a benefit. For as the emerging scenario, I'm seeing very clearly there will be a strong growth in the overall dairy, livestock, fishery industry. There is no doubt at all. Primarily because of feed intensification, etc. But protein meal demand will rise. But for the poultry industry, maize demand is going to rise much faster. We then come to sustainable livestock markets. In my view, very clearly, we need in India, I'm talking about the Indian context, a sustainable animal agriculture ecosystem. And I suspect we do not have, as of today, a sustainable animal agriculture ecosystem. We need to build it. And all of us, I mean, this industry is actually operating in what I call a legacy ecosystem. And when you operate in a legacy ecosystem, your degrees of freedom are constrained. And therefore, you need to break out of that legacy ecosystem. You need creative disruption. And that creative disruption has to happen only from the industry. And therefore, if the industry is able to get together, you will have that creative disruption. And that what does the legacy ecosystem comprise? Very broadly, the constraining factors, very clearly one will be technology and technology adoption. What is important? Second is services. Third one is standards, food safety and quality standards. And the fourth one is regulation. Therefore, I would think the industry needs to seriously review the current ecosystem, the current standards, the current regulation, current government policies, current technologies that are available, and see how to strengthen this industry further. And therefore, this has to be an ongoing part of moving towards sustainable livestock industry. There's a lot that needs to be done, but each individual must realize that each individual firm, company, corporate must realize that their own contribution is important. If people start thinking somebody else will do it, I'll continue to operate in my own old way, traditional way, is not going to work. And therefore, the sustainability, in my view, is an imperative. It'll possibly be forced on people if on the industry. If the industry by itself doesn't voluntarily take this thought forward. There are so many things that the industry can do to advance sustainability, but that will actually require a much larger, much time-consuming debate and discussion. For I'm going to stop here. I have said enough. I have a lot more to say, but I'll keep that back. I have some advice for the industry. I'll keep that back for probably my closing remarks. But at the moment, to take this idea forward of sustainable livestock industry, what are the challenges? What are the opportunities? I would like to invite our Dr. Jeevan Gupta from Punjab, who's done a lot of work, and I will request him to make his presentation and take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Namaskaram. Thank you, all the organizers, Dr. G. Chandrasekhar, for inviting me here. So my topic is securing sustainable livestock challenges and opportunities. So this is what the Google says: economically viable, environmentally sound, socially responsible. Economics is everything. As a veterinarian, my job is to make it economically viable for my farmers. Other people, they are doing their job environmentally, socially. Definitely it's our job also, but most important, it should be economically viable for the farmer. So if we look into the cattle census, out of the 19.5 crore, almost 20 crore cows, milking animals, they are only 7.5 to 8 crore. And if we look into the calves and heifers, they are 7 to 7.5 crore. What we are producing, that is very important. Embryo transfer technology, imported semen, sex semen, we are producing only 40,000 female calves. This is per year. And if we look out of the local semen, we are producing around 1.25 to 1.5 crore total calves. If we consider out of 50% is female, 50% is male, then it means we are adding around 75 lakh male calves. They are creating environment pollution, they are burden, or they are competing for grains, they are competing for everything, they are cause of road accidents. We have to look into this. That is the biggest bottleneck, and that is more severe in buffaloes, because buffaloes till natural insemination is much more and the pregnancy rate is much less. So we have to look into this. This is one of the most important criteria. If we are not able to improve our genetics, we will not bring sustainability. There is no other way. This is the first way. So this is what the people say, that 2 cows, they produce as much as methane as a car. It runs around 16,000. That is the veterinarian perspective, is genetic improvement, herd management, ration management, feed supplements. We will discuss all the details and the practical applications. What we can do in field, what we can do at doorstep, maybe 5 animals, maybe 10 animals, maybe 100 animals, maybe 500 animals. We will discuss all the details. So major challenges. This is very important. First is the just to visualize the economic impact. Economic impact doesn't mean when the animal dies. Economic impact, you can imagine when there is lumpy, when there is FMD. It renders almost 10 animal, 50 animal, 40, 100 animal, the farm is rendered practically useless. And there is antibiotic use, vaccination failure. Vaccination failure, we have to address it. It is a big issue in efficiency and productivity. Efficiency and productivity, we will discuss the details in coming times, efficiency and productivity. Dr. Shinde talks about HLTP, hard lifetime productivity. We have to look, we are consuming around 1.5 kg dry matter for producing 1 kg milk. Average weight of the high yield animal is 700 to 800 kg. We have to reduce both dry matter as well as body weight. We have to produce compact animals. We have to reduce dry matter intake. Dry matter intake, which is around at 1.5 kg per liter of milk in India, it is around 500 to 600 gram in USA. We have to work on that. Otherwise, there is no other option. Emerging viral disease, that is very important. Out of 10, 6 to 7 diseases, new diseases, they are viral diseases. And the viral diseases, the major cause is immunosuppression, vaccination failure. We are doing FMD vaccination since last 15, 20 years. But why the outbreaks are happening again? We have to look into this. And feed, fodder, water, quality and quantity. We have to move from ingredient to nutrient. This is very important. Water will become the biggest challenge. pH of the water, quality of the water, EC, electrical conductivity. If we want to bring sustainability, electrical conductivity of the water must be monitored at big farms. This is very important but most neglected, electrical conductivity. So disease challenge, as we have already heat stress. In northern India, 9 months out of 12 months, heat stress. You name any disease, hidden cause is heat stress. Loss of productivity, retention of placenta, many other diseases. Heat stress is the major cause. We have to manage it. If we are unable to manage it, cow comfort, buffalo comfort, livestock comfort is most important. Maybe cow, buffalo, sheep, goat, heat stress is most important. It can cause up to 1,000 to 2,000 loss of 1,000 to 2,000 liter loss of milk yield. We have to address it. This is very important issue. And FMD, TB, brucellosis, mastitis and infertility. 70 साल हो गए हम इन्हीं चीजों से लड़ रहे हैं. जब देखो उठा लो 70 की बुक से उठा लो यही चीजें कब तक हम when the time will come कि कुछ कर रहे हैं हम प्रैक्टिकली कर रहे हैं. मेस्टाइटिस के 90% cases they are metabolic and we are irrationally using antibiotics, adding antibiotic load to the milk, adding antibiotic load to the people, to the children. These is antibiotics that are to be used in ICU, we are using in OPD. This is a major concern. Mycotoxin, endotoxin. Endotoxin in high yield animals, because of non-judicious use of antibiotics, because of ruminal acidosis, endotoxin is a big problem. Leaky gut. Leaky gut is a big issue. You are giving best of the best nutrition, but it is going waste. We are not producing best quality milk, we are producing best quality dung. So we have to look into this. When we will stop wasting this? वो कह रहे हैं कि 5% से ज्यादा नाइट्रोजन नहीं जाना चाहिए गोबर में, वो 15-20% जा रही है. Who is responsible for this? So antimicrobial resistance, this is very dangerous. And the biggest responsibility lies on pharma company. कोई भी नया ड्रग आएगा सर दिस इज बेस्ट ड्रग फॉर मेस्टाइटिस. ऐसे कैसे हो गया जी? जो भी नई मेडिसिन आती है मेस्टाइटिस के लिए बेस्ट है बिकॉज इट इज द बिगेस्ट मार्केट. सर हमें थोड़ी जिम्मेदारी लेनी पड़ेगी, हमें रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से काम करना पड़ेगा. पैराबैट से यही वर्कर सब कुछ ये बेस्ट है ये बेस्ट है, ऐसे नहीं होने वाला जी. प्रैक्टिकली हमें देखना पड़ेगा कि हम वातावरण में क्या दे रहे हैं, एनवायरमेंट में क्या दे रहे हैं. So major opportunities. 140 crore population, this is biggest opportunity. Malnutrition and hunger. अभी भी 30-35 करोड़ लोग हैं जिनको 2 टाइम खाना नहीं मिलता, 3 टाइम की तो छोड़ो, कई बार तो 1 टाइम मिलता है। वो हमारा बहुत बड़ा सेगमेंट है जिसको हमें देखना है। राइजिंग अर्बन पॉपुलेशन, दिस इज बिग अपॉर्चुनिटी। इलाइट कस्टमर जैसे ये क्रिएट हो रहा है मार्केट में। पोस्ट कोविड अवेयरनेस, हाइजीनिक एंड पैकेज फूड, जो भी स्टार्टअप्स आना चाहते हैं डेयरी में, पोल्ट्री में, पिगरी में, कहीं पे भी, जो पोस्ट कोविड हमारी अवेयरनेस बढ़ी है पैकेज फूड की, दैट इज ए बिग अपॉर्चुनिटी। एंड सेमी अर्बन हॉरिका सेगमेंट, सेमी अर्बन आई हैव स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन्ड बिकॉज in small towns much more quality products are required now. So this is PDFA sustainability, Progressive Dairy Farmer Organization. This is what they are doing in Punjab. Around 3.5 lakh cows, average yield is around 8,000 to 12,000. Very good management, very good feeding. Only challenge is number of calvings in a lifetime of a cow. That is the only challenge. Rest challenge they have managed. So this is what they have to fight against the system for milk prices, and they have to organize monthly seminars, genetic improvement. Genetic improvement, if you want to see, you come to PDF mill. This is in February, you just come and see what the genetic improvement at ground zero is. And this is the progressive approach. Tie-ups with multinational companies, providing quality supplements, feed supplements, organizing cattle fairs and everything. So this is practical sustainability model for 100 cows. We have to look 3 things: silage quality, silage rates, milk prices, and 4th is total lactation yield. 100 animal farm practically managed. There are large number of farmers in Punjab. And Nestle is working on further this carbon emissions along with these farmers. But practically we can make them sustainable, but we must follow what the guidelines say, what the nutritionists say, what the experts say. And the same project, just watch at India level. Milk prices, silage, low productivity. So, what could be the possible solution? Planned genomics. Genomics must be planned state-wise, area-wise, breed-wise. This is very important. And data recording. Unique animal IDs, data recording, this is most important. Farmers sometimes they are resistant ki जी ये टैग लग रहे हैं, पता नहीं टैक्स लग जाएगा. वी हैव टू पुश द फार्मर्स कि रिकॉर्डिंग करे बिना हमारे पास कोई दूसरी ऑप्शन नहीं है. बैलेंस्ड एंड इकोनॉमिकल फेज फीडिंग. फेज फीडिंग मीन्स मिल्किंग एज वेल नॉन मिल्किंग, काफ, स्टार्टर, हीफर, ग्रोअर, ट्रांजिशन फीड, वेल मैनेज्ड ट्रांजिशन फीड, it can add 1,000 liters of milk. And the costing of the well-managed transition is around 2,000 rupees. By spending 2,000 extra with well management, with calving pens for the last 20 days, we can add 1,000 liters of milk. 1,000 liters of milk means 40,000 rupees. By spending just 2,000 rupees. We have to focus on transition management. Transition management is very important. Efficiency and productivity. Efficiency, as we have earlier discussed, dry matter intake per liter of milk. Productivity. A cow yielding below 6,000 liters in one lactation, that will be at par. That will not save anything. So we must focus on 8,000, 10,000. Looks difficult, but practically possible. We must focus on that. Affordable diagnostics. डायग्नोस्टिक जब तक फार्मर तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे कोई प्रैक्टिकल हल होने वाला है नहीं. देखिए गर्मी आती है, 7-8 महीने फीवर होता है. सिंपल सीबीसी टेस्ट, जस्ट कॉस्टिंग 200 रुपीज. सिंपल सीबीसी टेस्ट, कंप्लीट ब्लड काउंट. 2 ही चीजें अगर फार्मर सीख लेना जी, कि अगर एचबी 10 से कम हो गया तो प्रॉब्लम है जी, अगर टीएलसी 10,000 से ऊपर चला गया तो प्रॉब्लम है. कुछ मुश्किल नहीं है. सोशल मीडिया है, फेसबुक है, यूट्यूब है, सब चीजें फार्मर को सिखाई जा सकती है, प्रैक्टिकली पॉसिबल है, ग्रास रूट लेवल पे की जा सकती है। पर जब तक फार्मर सीपीसी नहीं करेगा, कभी हम सही एंटीबायोटिक का चॉइस नहीं कर सकते। 7-8 मंथ जहां पे हीमोप्रोडोजोन आती है, वहां पे एंटीबायोटिक लग रहा है कोई दूसरा, और जो सबसे चीप एंटीबायोटिक है ऑक्सीटेट्रासाइक्लिन, वो यूज ही नहीं हो रहा वहां पे। सो डायग्नोसिस एट ग्रास रूट लेवल, गवर्नमेंट पॉलीक्लिनिक्स है, गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल्स है, प्राइवेट लैब्स है, वी हैव टू पुश इट कि फार्मर मस्ट गेट द ब्लड सैंपल टेस्टेड बिफोर गेटिंग ट्रीटमेंट फॉर।
Dr. Saab, I understand, I realize it's a key slide, giving key solutions, but my request is if you could kindly wind it up.
Just 1 minute, just 1 minute.
Perfect.
Yeah. So, remunerative and stable prices, vaccination protocols, and last is train the trainers. Veterinarians must move out of shell. Veterinarians must move out of treatment. Treatment cost is only 3 to 5%. We have to look for the rest 97%. And last is farmer friendly and visionary organization. So thank you. Let's do more with less. Let's leave no one behind. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you. A big round of applause for Dr. Gupta. I think it's a very telling statement that you concluded this with. Wonderful. There'll be follow-up questions though. I'll now invite Dr. Vibha Ahuja. She represents the Biotech Consortium. Unfortunately, it's a controversial topic, but I'm sure she's going to do enough justice and take us through the dynamics of this sector. Yeah, Dr. Vibha.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, CLFMA, for inviting me here. I could not attend yesterday's proceedings, but since morning I heard in all the presentations somewhere a mention of GM crops as a possible solution and a little bit of challenges that are coming. Thank you. So I will just take you through kind of an update on what is the situation in GM crops and what is expected from this house or in general the stakeholders to take this forward. Next slide, please. Okay. Yeah. So since some of you here may not be very conversant with GM crops, I just wanted to give a very briefly the status of GM crops. You see, there are more than 20 such crops adopted in world over and more than 200 billion acres in 27 countries, hectares actually in 27 countries, and consumed in many more countries even where these are not, grown. The major crops, under which this, the area under which it is grown is the corn, soybean, canola, and cotton. Out of which you can see that, 3 are very relevant to the livestock industry. Wherever these were approved, whether it was US, Australia, Canada, and all these countries, wherever these have been approved, there is more than 95% adoption of these crops. So effectively, for example, soybean, globally more than 85% of soybean which is grown is genetically modified soybean. And 70 to more than 70, actually somewhere people document even 80% of all the biomass which comes from it goes for the animal feed at the global level. We have in India only one GM crop, which is BT cotton. It was approved in 2002. Like other crops and like other countries, even our farmers adopted it very fast. So within 3-4 years, we reached what we call about above 90%, and currently there's hardly any non-BT cotton which is grown. And how did we benefit? All the countries which adopted GM crops, which were developed to deal with major problems of that particular crop, have greatly benefited. It has added to the economical values, it helped increase their production, maintain quality, and so on and so forth. In India also, when it was adopted, we could triple our cotton production. From let's say 2003, it was 13 million tons, and we reached to 37 million tons. And this also helped in increasing availability of the cottonseed oil and the cottonseed meal. So this is in very briefly a glimpse of where do we stand with respect to the GM crops, global versus Indian scenario. Next slide, please. So, but you know, everything sounds so good as I'm saying, you know, it is approved, it is, you know, okay, thank you so much. So, it sounds so good, but where is the debate? Why some people are saying not to be adopted, and we read it's widely covered in media and so on and so forth. And in addition to that, in the debate, you know, because there is a debate at Biotech Consortium India Limited, my company, which was promoted by the Department of Biotechnology and All India financial institutions, we on our own also tried to see that, you know, what are the kind of concerns people have. So basically, you know, they are very variable. Somebody will say biodiversity laws, somebody will say it's multinationals and so on and so forth. There's a whole kind of concerns which are there, and we tried to analyze them. Some of these are scientific and some of these are non-scientific. So scientific, like it could harm the human health, it could introduce toxins, this and that. This has been a new technology. I am not going through the technology. So as and when a new technology comes, there are also a bit of concerns. But here, I think I missed on the previous slide sorry, it's going, how do I go back? Yeah. I just wanted to show the figure below where it says that, you know, 1996 these crops came, and in 2023, look at the kind of increase which has happened in terms of adoption. So just to convey that we do have a 25 years of the use of these crops, history of safe use is now with us. So in the light of this, all these concerns which are there, human health, this and that, all these have been dealt with very effectively with the, you know, the guidelines, methodologies, studies which are developed by both national regulatory frameworks as well as the, the international bodies. And then these kind of, you know, as I said, scientific concerns we can deal with. We can plan experiments, we can collect data and satisfy. But many of the non-scientific concerns which you see in the media and by certain groups which are opposed to it are basically based on perception without any data and without any, you know, oh, this is something new, so this might cause any effect and so on and so forth. And they're not unique to GM crops, but in general, you know, even if we have to get any multinationals coming, any product, we have the same concerns as related to this. But what has happened, what has been the impact of these debates which have happened in our country, and the prolonged debate, as I will call you, despite the highly successful experience of BT cotton, we do not have any further approval since almost 2002. You know, 2005 there were some events approved. BT brinjal was approved, but a moratorium was placed by the then minister, and then, you know, our neighboring country has adopted it. They are growing, they are consuming, and unofficially it is coming in our country. GM mustard, which was developed by our own University of Delhi, it's our own technology, not a multinational technology, that was approved. And despite, you know, we heard from the SCA this morning, so much of oil shortage, and there is an urgent need to increase productivity, but it is still on hold. And here the government has approved after a long evaluation, but there is a Supreme Court case. Despite that, you know, farmers wherever possible, like herbicide tolerant cotton, it is cultivated in large acreage, which is also in itself a problem, because if you don't do it legally, then you don't follow all the instructions. The more negative effect has happened on research. The number of trials have reduced and the research activities have reduced significantly. And this is leading to, you know, the stagnation in the production and increase in prices. So, and it affects your, what you call the sustainability or the exponential growth which the feed industry is having. So if you look at this, you know, India is almost in all these, you know, at the bottom of the line. You know, our productivities are extremely low compared to the global averages in all the feedstocks, all the crops that you are interested in. And the challenge is that, you know, I mean, how do we deal with this debate? Because on one hand, we have a global experience, extremely safe use, all the, you know, countries making benefit of it. On the other hand, we have in our organization, in our country, a kind of a stalemate. So basically, if we, you know, come to the current situation, there's an opposition by a few activist organizations. And here, the activist organizations are very active, but the potential user segments like our feed industry, like our, ethanol industry now and others, they are not that much active in, demanding it. So then, there has been another important challenge is that these activist organizations had gone to the court in 2004, and this case has lingered on for 20 years. And repeatedly there are, the affidavits or representations by them. Last year we had and early this year we had a detailed hearing, but ultimately it was again the same situation because what we got is a split judgment. One of the judges has, said that we must go for, all the procedures are in place. The other feels that it is, still more work is required. One more challenge that we are facing, especially the companies who have the products or even the public health or public organizations which have developed is clarity in the regulatory pathways for products. My colleagues from Animal Husbandry Ministry are also here. We all know that, it happens when you submit an application. There are some rules which are operationalized, some which are not, and it just, passes through that maze, which agency to finally give approval, and it is leading to the delays in decision making. As I said, there is a limited awareness about the significant benefits that it can bring among the users. And that is also another because, most of the traits which were introduced in the beginnings, they are for farmers. And the consumers, as it is, are not much aware of, and there is a lot of negative literature which is brought out. Anyway, it's not that bad. There is a new technology on the horizon, which is gene editing. And this is based on what we call a CRISPR-Cas technology, which is one of the most powerful technology in the century. The two ladies who developed it, the first time two women together got it as the 2020 Nobel Prize on this technology, and it developed at a very fast pace. Unlike what was in the earlier days, like US and other countries taking it, becoming at the forefront, this time China has been very active, and they have actually, taken a lot of lead in gene editing, and they have a big pipeline of products. Now, the difference between GM crops and gene editing is that we don't insert foreign genes here in all the cases. In some we do, but the final products are free from transgenes. So they are not regulated as GM crops if there are no foreign genes. And this also some countries have done, and others are still in the pipeline. And these are referred to as SDN1 and SDN2. So in March 2022, Ministry of Environment has exempted such plants from GM regulations. So we have a lot of extensive research underway in India as well as globally. And most of these products are, but there's a catch that they will be mainly for improved crop characteristics. So the kind of benefits which GM crops have brought may not be possible with this here. So we need both GM crops and gene edited crops, and maybe many more technologies. I will take just 1 minute more, sir. So as you can see from the figure on the side, the biotech crops in general are the ones which are contributing greatly for the future challenges and ensure what we call the sustainability to the availability of the feedstock. And this is just a glimpse of what is happening around. China, which has been like a naysayer like us, but in April they have opened up and they have approved, you can see 81 GM varieties to boost maize and soybean production so that they can have their own, and that includes both by the other countries as well as their own varieties. In our country, there is a lot of boost on GM, gene editing, but GM is sort of yet to take off. And lastly, what I would say that we really need an enabling environment required to make use of advances in these technologies. Extensive research and field testing is also required to match with the global advantages. And in the short term, maybe we should get these products which are of better quality and of the more efficient. They can transform the usage, for which transportability of safety data is required. And then streamlining the procedures, import and export of products like DDGS, which are not living modified organisms, they are just like any other products, also is required. And then lastly, the awareness among the stakeholders, especially the user community, will be the key to taking benefits of this new technology and meet the future requirements. Because with the current technologies, it will be virtually impossible to match the growth rate that the livestock industry is having. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahuja. Thanks for providing us a status update on GM tech and government policy. I have a couple of tough questions for you after we finish this round. Sorry, I'm not trying to scare you. I'll now invite Kevin Ropke, Regional Director of US Soybean Export Council. Kevin and I met probably a couple of months ago in Delhi in another conference like this. Kevin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chandrasekhar. I appreciate that. I'd like that box back, actually. I want to stand on that so I can appear taller here at the podium. No, it's a great privilege and honor to be here with you all today, back again at the CLFMA Annual General Meeting. My heartfelt congratulations to Divya, and of course my congratulations to Suresh on your wonderful, wonderful leadership and guidance. Let's give him a big round of applause, please. And a good best of luck to Divya and his team going forward. Thank you all for the invitation and the welcome. I'm going to try and be as brief as I possibly can. But when I look at India, I've worked in a lot of markets. I look at a couple exciting opportunities and a few challenges. And so first and foremost, you've got to frame India in terms of a global leader in feed production. And so this is data from our friends at Alltech, which I think is very good. And it lists India now at the world's 4th largest compound feed producer, now having overtook Mexico and perhaps soon in our lifetimes overtaking Brazil. And so when you have an industry that's large scale as yours, you have to kind of assess where some of the challenges may align in terms of sustainable growth. And so when I look at challenges in India, I look at two significant challenges on the horizon. One is raw materials, which we've talked a lot about so far. But two, as a leader, I think one of the most important aspects that we take to heart is our people, and making sure that our people are in the right place, making sure that they have the right skills, and make sure that they have the right resources at their disposal. So before I go any further, I would like to give a warm welcome and appreciation to my team, Jason John and Vijay Anand, who are representing USEC here. If you guys could give a wave, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your support. We'll talk more a little bit about India's talent and labor pool in subsequent slides, but I think it is incredibly important. So we've talked a lot about corn and maize and DDGs this morning, and soy and soybean meal has gotten a little bit of notoriety, but it is something that I think is of particular interest to this group. And if you take away one slide from my presentation, I think this is probably the most important slide we have. So as you know, India's soybean production is stagnant over the last 20 years. This is due to the fact that its yields are actually coming down. As its area expands into more marginal lands, its yield is actually coming down, resulting in a stagnation of soybean production, and as a reflection of that, a stagnation in soybean meal production. You know more than this than anybody, but as a result, soybean meal consumption continues to grow at a rate of 7 to 8% as a function of shrimp feed production, poultry feed production, and of course dairy feed production growing significantly. And so we see India really at the threshold right now between being a perpetual long and a perpetual short in the soybean meal sector. As you can see where that red arrow is, we're right at the cusp. So we're right within the next year or two as India kind of undergoes this transitory period of a periodic exporter and a periodic importer. And as we know, India has done that in the past. They've imported commodity soybean meal in 2001, 2002. They import about 500,000 tons of soybeans per year from least developed countries. They have a 5% duty carve-out for those least developed countries. So unfortunately, you're paying fairly high prices in terms of the soybeans, but you're getting some duty compensation. I'm going to fly through this slide real quick in order to save time and catch up to the bottom line here. So of course, this is a global marketplace, ladies and gentlemen. We have to take into consideration global prices for our raw materials and for our feed ingredients. And so if you look at South India, where a lot of the consumption of soybean meal in the form of feed actually takes place, right now, according to our friends on September 14th from the Karnataka Poultry Farmers and Breeders Association, you're looking at a price of about $543 per ton. If you look at imports with duty paid, this is including the current assessed duty, there's about a $30 per ton arbitrage for imported soybean meal. So the question is well, India is exporting soybean meal. The answer is India actually should be exporting and importing simultaneously depending upon where it's produced, depending upon where it's consumed, in order to stay globally relevant. And I say that last point because we need to look at Ecuador as a prime example of becoming and continuing to be globally competitive. And as we all know in the shrimp sector, Ecuador really has an invigorated and impassioned shrimp export industry that is continuing to grow and continuing to become more and more competitive in the global scene. One of the major reasons why that is, they've exempted all soybean meal from tariffs. They know the importance of soybean meal in their shrimp feed manufacturing, and so they are specifically targeting India, and they've got India in their crosshairs to outcompete them, especially in markets like the United States and like Europe. So something to certainly keep in mind. And as we talk about India's stagnation in yields, unfortunately, I have some bad news. You know, India is not only amongst the lowest in soybean yields, it's actually the second lowest in soybean yields. And so that should make me very concerned as a feed manufacturer. You're the world's fourth largest feed manufacturer, and your soybean productivity is so low. Shifting gears in the last 2 minutes, I wanted to talk about talented labor. And so this was a real initiative that we have discussed and we've taken to heart at the U.S. Soybean Export Council, and I thank many of the people in this room, especially Naveen, for being a champion of this. This was a slide that was presented to our Regional Advisory Council earlier about the middle income trap. And for those of you that aren't aware of the middle income trap, it's a trap that many countries face around the world, that after they take all of the economic gains from resources, and after they've achieved all their economic gains from their cheap labor source, they have a struggle and they have a difficulty in getting to that next plateau of GDP growth. And this takes innovation. Ultimately, this takes education. And thankfully, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is taking a very hard look at this at their Skills India program. But I ask you all if the learn to code mentality is really serving your workers in rural India. You know, I think it's serving some urban workers quite well, but the fact of the matter is we want to keep rural workers in rural India for high-paying jobs in rural India. And as this chart shows, the health of the overall tech sector, aside from AI, is actually quite bleak. AI is doing very, very well, but AI is also lessening the demand for software engineers and for coders writ large. And so therefore, as a result, I see this as a huge opportunity and a threat to potential India's GDP growth in the future if you continue to prioritize software engineering, especially in urban areas, and as we try and keep as many workers as we possibly can. So let's fast forward a little bit. The U.S. Soybean Export Council is proud to have the Soy Excellence Center launched 5 years ago globally. And through 2024, we've educated over 28,000, now 29,000 participants globally. We have 3,850 active members in our community engagement session. And I'm very proud, some of you were there, but I'm very proud of the fact that in January of this year, we launched a specific India Soy Excellence Center curriculum identifying and focusing on the tracks of poultry production, aquaculture production, feed milling production, and soon to come, dairy production. And so we've got 200 graduates already. We formed a very high-level regional advisory council. We just had a meeting last week in Mumbai. Some of you are in this room, and I encourage you all, if there's a call to action from this, please go back into your companies. I'd love to sign an agreement with CLFMA Management Committee in order to really inculcate this education, this learning for your workforce, and to train your capacity development within India to really provide high-paying, well-educated, skilled labor force in rural India. Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it, Chandrasekhar.
Thank you, Kevin, for this wonderful presentation. I think you've given us, I would call, a helicopter view of what's happening around us in the world as far as soy is concerned. And at least I'm particularly pleased with your new initiatives of awareness, training, education programs.
If I don't have any formal presentation actually, so it's better I can speak or I can go and talk. So our evening topic is about securing sustainable livestock, challenges and opportunity. I think our speakers, they put a lot of efforts in talking minute and technical aspects of sustainability. I'm not going to talk all those. I'm going to share with my 30-year experience of this industry, meeting each one of the sector people and learning from the seniors and their experiences, what last 3 days they shared. I have just noted out some points that what is required for us to do, what challenges we have in our livestock sector, and what opportunities. So the very first thing, if I talk about sustainability as a definition, we are not going to talk all those big definitions which is written in the books and management. Someone spoke about money and profitability. So any business without profitability for a long time, there is a big question mark on the sustainability. Today we keep hearing to the poultry feed producer that only working in the poultry feed, the business is not sustainable. And what they do, they divert from poultry to dairy or dairy to aqua, or I think 50% of our poultry producers, they have joined hands in integration. And I was talking to some of newly entrants in the integrator business. They all say we are losing money every day. So where are we? I think this is a big threat. This is a big challenge. Even that business also not going to be sustainable in the future. Where do we see ourselves in the next 20 years? What business we should get in? We heard from Dr. Prashant Sinde the challenge about DDGS usage in the country. Are we sure we are going to use the right DDGS without having any challenge which is going to be health on ours and on the birds? I was just listening during lunch, Mr. Tarun Sridhar and BSY, they both were telling that we are going to get caught in the health issues if we are not going to address this in the future. So that's the big challenge. Today, the maize availability, the feed and fodder availability about the country for livestock. Okay. Last year, the maize price at this position was 20 rupees. Today, it has gone 30 rupees. How the business is going to be sustainable? That's the challenge. So, this is one of the key challenges, what I see that about feed and fodder. I think Dr. Jeevan spoke about disease. That is the second big challenge for livestock. Last year only, avian influenza has just washed away 22,000 crore rupees from the poultry industry. We talk today industry about 15 lakh crore. And see, where do we stand with one disease? Lumpy skin disease in the cattle, FMD. Mantriji was telling about that. He has given a target to our Krishi Bhavan bureaucrats and the senior people that give me one state which I can declare by 2030 as a FMD free state. We are still there. That's again a big challenge where we are. We are mitigating that. Ecuador has taken over India. Again, the only disease in the shrimp, EMS, has pulled us back, apart from the other management practices. So disease is the second big challenge for us. And then talking third and last about the environmental and social, when we talk about all the big names, AMR, okay, antimicrobial resistant. We heard that we use the least antibiotics. Still in India, some of the antibiotics are allowed to use in the feed. Okay? We are talking about AMR as a issue. Okay? We have challenge about greenhouse gases. So if you go and talk in any forum, people talk cows. I saw one picture, 2 cows. Emission of methane is equivalent to 1 car. Okay? People talk about nitrogen emission and ammonia from the poultry, phosphates from the aqua. I think these are some environmental challenges we should address sooner or later, but not at this current moment actually. Okay. Profitability, again, I'm coming back on that because that is one thing which is going to drive the entire industry and the future. Okay. At the same time, there were really some very encouraging data what we saw, very successful story. And I see that those are going to be the opportunity for us. The biggest opportunity I firmly believe in India. See, we are in many aspects second to none in the world. We are 140 crore people, and that itself is the biggest opportunity for this country. Livestock has done a lot of contribution, not only to make the country from the food security to even nutrition security, but they have been, and there is a lot of contribution to the GDP today, which is coming in the agri-GDP from livestock sector, and which is going to grow. If I take the requirement of the maize by 2030, it's going to be 40 million metric ton. From where we are going to get it? What are the opportunities? What are the ways we should? So I think these are the things which can really look into as an opportunity, that how we can really mitigate those. Okay? Feeding 140 crore people in the country is the second biggest opportunity. Using the new technology, we heard a lot of things about precision nutrition, AI, agroforestry. Minister was saying that we have 200 million hectare land which is not being used for agriculture. How we can really utilize this 200 million acre of land for just growing some fodder or some grains, okay, in the country. I think those are some of the things which we can look into that. And I feel strongly still that if the business is not profitable, if livestock industry is not going to be profitable, I think there's going to be a big challenge on the existence for everyone. Second big thing I see is there are some beautiful stories about success, Nandus. We can have 50 Nandus throughout the countries. Chitale. If a dairy farm is engaging into genetics, I think this itself is going to be a revolution for the country. And this is such a great opportunity what I see that. The progress what government have made, Dr. Mahesh is sitting here, whenever I go to visit his facility, every time I get excited and thrilled that we do have this facility which can be utilized for a lot of upliftment of our industry actually. We are not doing that. That's again an opportunity. So lastly, I think, Mr. JC, you can take it that whatever we have, we are doing it. If we focus our current challenges to mitigate those, I think that's going to really help us for the future sustainability of our industry. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neeraj ji, for these words of wisdom. Truly appreciate what you said. I want to actually, we are actually running against time now, but I need to open the floor for discussion. We still have, I guess, 10 minutes, and I want to make the best use of it. But before I open the floor for discussion, and I have myself some questions for the panelists, I want to share some, what I would call concluding part of my own speech. I want to talk about the opportunities for this livestock sector, particularly the poultry sector. Pervasive undernutrition in our country. That's the opportunity. It's a sad state of affairs. There's no doubt at all. But that's what is going to provide an opportunity for this industry. Serious protein deficiency, particularly in rural areas, and therefore animal protein can help address this challenge. There is absolutely no doubt at all. But again, there is a challenge in that. I'll come to that. 70% of our population is actually is potential consumer of meat. The world seems to believe, and some of our own people say 70% of India's population is vegetarian, etc. No, the vegetarian population is actually declining. meat-eating population is rising rapidly. There is absolutely no doubt, and therefore, over 70% of the population can potentially consume meat, provided it is affordable, it is accessible, and it is available. So this is extremely important. That's where the opportunity for the industry arises. But my own exercise, I have compared animal protein with vegetable protein. Milk, eggs, poultry meat, etc., with pulses, soybean, peanut protein. And I find plant protein is a lot cheaper than animal protein. And therefore, the cost aspect of animal protein needs to be borne in mind. Animal protein is cost prohibitive, and therefore, can animal protein compete with plant protein cost to cost? That's a big challenge which you need to accept. There is an opportunity, big population, voracious appetite for consumption, incomes are rising, lifestyles are changing, urbanization, all that creates an opportunity. But can you produce? Can you compete with plant protein cost to cost? Plant protein is still, in the Western sense of plant protein, we are still quite far away. But yet all of us eat every day legumes. We eat dal roti, we eat dal chawal, which provides all of us protein. So can animal protein compete on cost with plant protein is a big question all of us have to think about. The second one, because CLFMA represents the animal feed market, I just want to flag 3 or 4, 5 points on the contours of a sustainable animal feed market. What are they? One, I think the industry must work to optimize resources, land resources, water resources, etc. The industry currently, as I see, is not linked backward. I think the industry must establish backward linkages. Backward integration is actually the way forward for this industry, in my view. And responsible sourcing of raw material. Currently, the industry is sourcing raw material from whoever is giving it at the cheapest possible price. I think there has to be a lot more responsible sourcing of raw material. Cost alone shall not be the consideration. And most important, safe and nutritious product that need to be produced. Ensure traceability and compliance, which again are extremely important. And I think this industry needs to lobby Indian policymakers for an unambiguous, predictable, long-term policy, particularly with respect to availability of feed and much less volatility in feed prices. And then finally, as we have seen in the last few years, there are climate-related challenges, etc. Therefore, I think the industry must work towards crisis-smart animal agriculture. This would be my parting comment. But I want to also respond to Neeraj's. He made one point. I want to provide to this. I want to share my thought on a research priority for this industry, with your permission. One, I strongly feel the industry should be clear about where it wants to be, say by 2030, by 2035, and by 2040. It must have a very clear vision. I am here today. I want to be by 2030 in a place where I should know what is the demand. I should know what should be my turnover, what should be my profitability, how much raw material will be required to meet the demand, etc. I think that kind of roadmap is extremely important. Therefore, you need to sponsor research studies for demand projection over the next 5, 10, 15-year timeline. And then you need to work towards promoting animal health, nutrition, etc. during that journey. And then this industry will have to estimate the number of layers required. If you have a demand target, to reach that target, you should be able to estimate by what number the layers population should increase, by what number the broiler population should increase over the next 5, 10, 15 years on an annual basis. Feed demand you need to estimate the feed demand. You need to estimate demand for vaccine. You need to estimate the demand for skills that are required to travel this road. And of course, processing capacity. Do you have adequate processing capacity? Safety norms, etc. And do you have enough investment? Is enough investment flowing into this sector in terms of investment and processing capacity? I think this kind of a research study sponsored by CLFMA or anyone else for that matter, that is what will lay a roadmap for this industry going forward over the next 5, 10, 15 years. That will clear a lot of air. Within this journey of the next 5, 10, 15 years, there will be headwinds, there will be challenges. And therefore, the industry also will have to build resilience, will have to build agility, and should be able to foresee what challenges may come and how do we face them. Therefore, I think I will stop here. I can go on for several more minutes, but I think it's not fair. I want to ask Dr. Gupta. Dr. Saab, you listed several disease challenges. What is your advice? What is your guidance to this industry representatives here? How should they address this? I know it's a big thought, but unfortunately we are running short of time. Maybe in some 3-4 big ticket ideas or guidance that you can give to the industry leaders.
सर देखिए जो भी बीमारियां हम देख रहे हैं आज मे बी इन एनिमल हस्बेंड्री और मे बी इन ह्यूमंस, दो ही चीज़ें हैं, या तो आइदर दे आर इन्फेक्शियस और दे आर मेटाबॉलिक. मेटाबॉलिक दे आर बिकॉज ऑफ रॉन्ग डाइट और रॉन्ग लाइफस्टाइल, ओवर फीडिंग है, अंडर फीडिंग है. इन्फेक्शियस डिजीज 7 out of 10 they are viral, and the only treatment, only prevention is vaccination. और वैक्सीनेशन में हम एनिमल्स में भी ह्यूमन में भी ब्लंडर कमिट कर रहे हैं जी. बड़ा क्लियर है, वैक्सीन चाहिए 2 से 5 डिग्री पे. 2 से 5 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड रहेगा सिर्फ वैक्सीन कैरियर में. हमारे हाथ का टेम्परेचर होता है इट इज समवेयर अबाउट 37 डिग्री. लोग वैक्सीन जी कोई लिफाफे में लेके जा रहा है जी, एफएमडी की वैक्सीन है, लंपी की वैक्सीन है जी. नंबर 1. नंबर 2 है इम्यूनिटी कैसे बनेगी. सो दो ही चीज़ें हैं जी इम्यूनिटी के लिए. नंबर 1 डीवर्मिंग होनी चाहिए, देयर शुड बी नो वर्म्स. नंबर 2 इज डाइट शुड बी ऑप्टिमम, मीन्स एनिमल शुड गेट 100 ग्राम मिनरल मिक्सचर पर डे. अगर हम देखें क्या हो रहा है कि अगर वैक्सीन के आफ्टर गिविंग वैक्सीनेशन इन द नेक्स्ट 15-20 डेज अगर कोई एंटीबायोटिक्स दे दिए हमने तो वैक्सीन की इम्यूनिटी नहीं बनेगी. कोविड में सर मैंने देखा जो लोग कोविड से रिकवरी के फेज में जो वैक्सीन लगी, डॉक्टर्स क्या करते थे, वैक्सीन लगाने के साथ $1 का पत्ता ले जाओ जी, 1 kg का ले जाओ एजिथ्रोमाइसिन का. कभी इम्यूनिटी बन ही नहीं सकती जी. अगर आप बीमार हो गए, एंटीबायोटिक आपने ले लिया आफ्टर वैक्सीनेशन, आफ्टर 21 डेज यू शुड गो फॉर बूस्टर डोज, and after 21 days you should get optimum diet along with zinc and copper. So this is the primary, this is the root cause. And third is dosing. Recently हमने goat pox वैक्सीन किया था लंपी के लिए. सर goat pox वैक्सीन का dose in cattle it should be 3 to 5 ml. It is established. So in Punjab there are 25 lakh cows. Means we should get 75 lakh doses, minimum 75 lakh. आप 10% वेस्टेज भी लगवा लो. सर हमने कितनी परचेज की जी, 25 लाख. सर ऐसे नहीं हो पाएगा. 15-20 साल से हम वैक्सीनेशन कर रहे हैं. प्रोटोकॉल सेट कीजिए, मिनरल मिक्सचर, टॉक्सिन बाइंडर, बफर, लाइव जीस्ट, वी हैव टू फॉलो एवरीथिंग, अदरवाइज डिजीजेस ठीक नहीं हो सकती सर. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Point taken. I hope that message goes home to our delegates here. Madam Ahuja, one question. I've been associated with the biotech industry for long years. Let me share very quickly. The US commercialized BT cotton in 1996. The government of India, early 1998, decided to launch to send a delegation of scientists to the US to study the then so-called cutting-edge technology, BT cotton. There were 6 scientists, and I was selected by the government as the only non-scientist to go with the delegation. And I've been a part of that thought process and that policy since then. I've been tracking this industry and the progress. Very sadly, of course, as you and I know, we know very well, beyond BT cotton, we haven't progressed. But even within BT cotton, we are at Bolgard 2. The whole world has gone to Bolgard 6. And we are still stuck at Bolgard 2. It's an issue. I see this actually as a failure of not the policymakers. I see as a failure of the industry to convince policymakers. Is my view. That's one. But also look at it the other way. While all of us argue in favor of GM crops, and I know GM seeds are not magic bullet, please, let us not imagine that it's a magic bullet. Laga do to hamara production बढ़ जाएगा. No, not really. A lot more IPM, INM and several other agronomic practices have to be followed. The point is, have we actually exhausted our available non-GM options? Unless we have exhausted all the non-GM options and we have reached a saturation that beyond this yields will not go up, then we should be looking at GM option. How will you respond to this argument? I'm trying to rag you actually and drag you to respond to this question.
No, not at all, sir. This is a very valid question. You see, you yourself said that GM is not a magic bullet. So as scientists, and
please
as
speak into the mic. Yes. No,
as scientists or as the technology developers, whether it is a public sector or even the government, they have programs to use all technologies. Whether I gave you example of gene editing, which has come new, and a lot of efforts are being made, both public and private sector. GM is one option. You see, the challenges will vary with respect to the GM, with the crop and the trade. When we were in BT cotton, when we used BT cotton, we were challenged with one pest for which actually there was no other option. So we had to go for BT cotton. But now at this point, the point I want to make is, after 25 years of history of safe use, great benefits by all the countries which have adopted, why not GM crops? If there is some solution which is available, which can help us, it is definitely one of the solutions. And why not adopt them? That is what the question is. Where is the resistance? Why is the resistance? It is just based on apprehensions by some people who don't even have any data to support that there are adverse effects. It's just fear mongering.
Right.
And that is where we have to catch.
Point taken. I think you need a lot more robust and convincing communication. Anyway, Kevin, any parting comments?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. I just had a quick point to make on your question and Viva's answer. In almost every country around the world, they've divorced GMO cultivation from GMO for FFP imports, and that's food and feed processing. So if you look at China, if you look at Mexico, if you look at the European Union, who remains the world's second largest importer of GMOs today, if you look at Southeast Asia, if you look at Northeast Asia, they all have separate FFP policies from cultivation policies. So that's what I think is the path to provide as much immediate rewards to the Indian consumer, is to make sure that these are separated.
All right, thank you. Neeraj ji, any closing comments from your side?
Related with GM, my views are that it's not only going to get grown in the country, but it will open up. If we are accepting GM, it will open up the world for us. If we really struggle, when a couple of years back we got an import permit of 12 lakh tons of meat. So I think that was one of the great things. So if GM is going to be accepted by our policymakers, we can even, when we feel that parity there is for price, we can get it from US, Argentina and Brazil. And that will make our industry a great support, I can say, and make it more profitable.
Thank you. Friends, I'm getting very strong signals from the organizers to conclude this event. Yes, I have to, but not before thanking Dr. Gupta, Dr. Ahuja, our friend Kevin Ropke, and of course Neeraj ji for their wonderful contribution. I've thoroughly enjoyed speaking here, and I hope to meet all of you once again sometime in future. Good luck. God bless you all. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Chandrasekharan. Wish we could have got more time to interact with you and get more knowledge from your experience, but time is a limiting factor. May I request Mr. Suresh Devra to come and give a token of thanks to our moderator, G. Chandrasekharan. May I request to give memento to Dr. Jeevan Kumar Gupta, please. Dr. Jeevan Kumar Gupta. May I request Mr. Devra to please felicitate Dr. Vibha Ahuja. Token of appreciation for Mr. Kevin Hipok. Kevin, sir. And Mr. Neeraj Srivastava, please. Please come on the stage. Can we have a group photograph with all the panelists? जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों का। Now may I request Captain Dr. Rajendra to come on the stage and summarize the whole event of last 1.5 days. Just to tell about Dr. Rajendra, Captain Dr. Rajendra leads the animal feed and Godrej cattle genetics business at Godrej Agrovet Limited. He has been with Godrej Agrovet Limited since 1999. Prior to his current role in 2019, he took over as the managing director of ACI Godrej Agrovet Limited, Bangladesh, a joint venture of GAVL and Advanced Chemical Industries, Bangladesh. Captain Rajendra has a master's degree in veterinary sciences and served in Indian Armed Forces, Remount Veterinary Corps from 1994 to 1999. Captain Rajendra, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to stand before you as we bring impactful and highly successful 65th National Symposium organized by CLFMA to a close. On behalf of CLFMA, I would like to take a moment to extend deepest gratitude to the distinguished dignitaries and government officials who graced the conference with their presence over the last 2 days. We are also privileged of having participation from key representatives across various industries, leaders in agribusiness, technology, research and innovation, whose expertise and wisdom helped enriching our knowledge. It also helped us keeping ourselves aware about current challenges and future roadmaps to shape the future of agriculture. A heartfelt thanks as well to our partners, sponsors, and stakeholders, whose support has been instrumental in making the event a success. So coming to the theme of the symposium is titled Sustainable Livestock Sector, Threats, Challenges and Opportunities. With this backdrop in mind, this platform witnessed a spirited exchange of ideas where diverse viewpoints and collaborations were there at the heart of every session. From the insightful panel discussions to the formal networking moments, we have witnessed a remarkable spirit of openness and cooperation. This spirit of debate and collaboration is one of the greatest strengths of this gathering. The candid conversations and constructive disagreements have always helped us challenge each other to progress forward. On day one, the conference started with a keynote address presentation by our esteemed speaker, Mr. Balram Singh Yadav, who delved upon various topics ranging from productivity, data, rate of growth of the industry, the structural changes, and future challenges. Mr. Tarun Sridhan deliberated on environmental challenges like methane emission and roadblocks in the industry. Mr. Balram emphasized on role of technology, genetics and nutrition, advancing to poultry and dairy industry. The address of the Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy, Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Singh, enlightened the audience from his view of points on government support and its vision in dairy and fisheries sector. On day 2, whether it was debating the future of alternative feedstock or the role of technology in smallholder farming, the discussions are always forward-looking, focused on real solutions to real problems. It would be worth mentioning key themes which earned from various interactions throughout the day. Alternative feedstocks for sustainable animal nutrition, considering huge volatility in key raw materials like grains, oils, etc. The most critical imperative for industry is to be ready for more alternatives, not just to contain cost but also to fulfill demand of feed. Mr. Racy touched upon how US has benefited from usage of sorghum as one of the alternatives to corn, and India could look forward for it. Upon an energy source, Mr. Ajay shared overview of all raw materials like rapeseed meal, the oil bran, and shared insights into outlook of extracted raw materials in upcoming session. Dr. Shinde elaborated how the new entrant DDGS is changing the outlook of entire protein basket. Though DDGS looks promising in terms of price and nutrient, but a high degree of caution needs to be exercised whenever we use it. As a manufacturer, we should always make a balance between cost and nutrition in feed. One of the most spirited debates was around the potential of alternative feedstocks, including insect meal by Srimati Anupama. As a sustainable protein source for livestock, insect meal in particular sparked lively discussion, and it is thought-provoking and role in addressing global protein demands, with clear consensus that this is an area worth exploring for further exploration and investment. Session on technology advancement and agri-tech innovations gave insights into successful business use on how technology, whether it's AI, big data, or precision farming can address agriculture's most essential challenges. Perspectives from panelists threw light on to integrate cutting-edge solutions into the everyday farming practices. The dialogues around transforming technology-driven supply chains were backed by a noble intent to operate efficiently. Focus on analysis and automation of scalable business model. There were passionate viewpoints submitted by Mr. Narain Mr. Chitale on the across the value chain by underscoring the importance of serving customers with quality products with a special mention on vulnerability of aqua products. So coming to today's second half session, securing sustainable livestock opportunities and challenges, Mr. Chandrasekhar gave an introduction with his steeple test, which looks very interesting, and it was followed by Dr. Jeevan Gupta, who told economics is everything. I agree with you, Doctor. Economics is everything, and it's very critical. Also, one of the interesting thought-provoking input which he gave was through compact animals. I think that's very thought-provoking. We want more yield from compact animals, especially cattle, and I think we should work in that direction. And also, he talked of disease challenges, and his cold chain model, what we told, is really worrying. And coming to Dr. Vibha Ahuja's views on GM crops, it was very enlightening, and it shows that we are stuck up in the times of in a time frame, and we have to go ahead and start working on it. And Mr. Kevin has spoken India bottlenecks, production, talent and labor, which is quite relevant to today's view. Apart from the context-based panel discussions, few themes kept cropping up across all our interactions. Impact of climate change on outputs, and farmer income is calling for the need for sustainable practices in agriculture and adoption of climate-smart practices. Discussions on empowering farmers and FPO's role in many ways united us all, and the discussions on how best we provide them with the resources and knowledge. The need were particularly encouraging to demonstrate the spirit of agri-sector community. We also deliberated on discussions and suggestions on policy frameworks to address existing emerging challenges of the sector. The visible supply side demand gap, key commodity needs, reforms and actions for multiple fronts to be in imports, innovation, research and sustainable farming practices. Before I conclude, I want to once again thank all of you, our speakers, attendees and organizers for making this conference a platform for such rich dialogue and collective resolve to move forward. As we leave this conference, it is clear that the spirited conversation and networking we engaged over the last 2 days must continue, and the collaborations we have formed must deepen. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Rajendran. May I request Mr. Suresh Dera to please give a memento to Dr. Rajendra, please. Well, we are nearing towards the end of the ceremony. I request all the sponsors to be nearby because we are going to distribute the mementos. May I request all the OBs to be on the stage to give the memento. Mr. Suresh Devra, he is already there. Mr. Divya Kumar Gulati, be on the stage, please. Mr. Naveen Pashuparthi and Mr. Sumit Surekha, Mr. Abhay Shah, Honorary Secretary, and Nisar Ahmed. Please be on the stage to give the memento. Oh, sorry. The first person to be given memento, our special invitee, Mr. Amit Sachdev. अरे तालियां होनी चाहिए, मतलब बिल्कुल सभी लोग सो गए लगता है? And after that, we'll start with the sponsorer. And the first sponsor comes from that side is our platinum sponsor, Godrej Agrovet. The Godrej Agrovet team, please. Mr. Naveen, can you join on the stage? And the next sponsor is Nanda Feeds. Nanda Feed team, please be ready. The next platinum sponsor, Nanda Feeds Private Limited. Nanda Group. Naveen is on both sides, huh? Next is the gold sponsor. The first gold sponsor is the Cargill India Private Limited team. Cargill India Private Limited team, please be on the stage. And the next to be ready should be Natural Remedies Private Limited. Natural Remedies. Anybody from the Natural Remedies? Vetogen Animal Health. The gold sponsor, Vetogen Animal Health. Okay. Can we move towards silver sponsor? The first, Novonesis. Anybody from Novonesis? Please, please, please. Next silver sponsor is Himalaya Wellness Company. The Himalaya Wellness team. Anyone from Himalaya? And the next silver sponsor is Hue Pharmacy. Sorry for the interruption. The next is Cayman Industries South Asia. Cayman team. Cayman team, please be on the stage. After that, Noveltech Feeds Private Limited. Be ready, please. Noveltech Feeds Private Limited. Noveltech Feeds Private Limited. And the next, Novus Animal Nutrition India Private Limited. Novus Animal Nutrition India Private Limited. Novus Animal Nutrition, anyone? Yeah, it's a big group. Thanks, Novus, for your contribution and your support. The next one is Shiv Shakti Agro India Private Limited. Shiv Shakti. And the next one is Trau Nutrition India Private Limited. Trau Nutrition India Private Limited. Anybody from Trau Nutrition India Private Limited? And the next sponsor for the cultural program, Godrej Tyson Foods. Godrej Tyson Foods Limited. After that, AGM dinner sponsor, Altec Biotechnology Private Limited. Altec Biotechnology Private Limited. Anyone from the Altec team, please? And now the Symposium lunch sponsor, DSM Nutrition Products India Private Limited. DSM. Evonik India Private Limited. The lunch sponsor, Evonik India Private Limited. Anyone from Evonik team, please? Yeah. Yeah. The next sponsor, Evonik India Private Limited. Yeah. And the next comes to be Regan Biocorps. Regan Biocorps Symposium lunch sponsor for the wonderful food we had today afternoon. Regan Biocorps. The next one is Zamira Life Sciences India Private Limited for the Symposium lunch sponsorship. Zamira Life Sciences India Private Limited. And after that, Valedictory team, be ready. And for AGM cocktail sponsor, Yeah. The next one is AGM cocktail sponsor Indian Herbs Specialty Private Limited. Indian Herbs. Anyone from the Indian Herbs, please? Indian Herbs? No one? The next sponsor is for tea and coffee, Indian Trading Bureau Private Limited. Next is Siva Polchem. Anyone from Siva Polchem? The next sponsor is Coastal Export Corporation. Anyone from the Coastal? Yes. We like to appreciate the support extended by other associations, and we like to call upon the stage Mr. S.K. Shukla from UP Distillery Association. Mr. Shukla, you somewhere nearby, please? No. Anyone from the Solvent Extract Association of India, C? Okay. We like to extend our thanks for the support given by the media, and first and foremost like to call the lady Miss Prachi Arora on the stage, please, from Benson Media. Miss Prachi, yeah. The next one we request Mr. Dinesh Kumar Arora from SR Publication. Next is from Tejaswini Publication, Poultry Line, Mr. B.V. Shivshankar. Mr. B.V. Shivshankar from Tejaswini Publication, Poultry Line. And the next one is Mr. Surendra Pandit from Best Mind Communications. Mr. Surendra Pandit. From Best Mind Communications. The next is Mr. M.N. Rao Sahab. Mr. M.N. Rao. Next one is N.S.N. Murthy Sahab. Mr. N.S.N. Murthy Sahab, please. And from the media side, the last but not the least, Mr. Rakesh Bhardwaj, if he is nearby somewhere. Yes, Bhardwaj Sahab. Mr. Rakesh Bhardwaj from media. And our media partner, Hybiztv. Hybiz team has done a very good job. Live streaming of our program has been done by them. Big round of applause for them also. Hybiz team. Next is from Real Show, Mr. Jaideep Mazumdar. Mr. Mazumdar and his team, please be on the stage, please. Thank you for your support. We would like to thanks to the hotel staff and from Hotel Novotel, if anybody is there, a token of appreciation for the Hotel Novotel Resort and Spa. Any representative from Hotel Novotel? And at the end, we like to thank our CLFMA staff who has made this event successful. Big round of applause for all CLFMA staff. And I'd like to call on the stage Miss Shilpa. Shilpa ma'am has done day and night for last 1.5 months. Her great effort to put everything together. Thanks Shilpa ma'am, so nice of you. Next, Miss Shraddha Kadam, our CLFMA staff. Shraddha ma'am. And the young lady managing all the money of CLFMA, Miss Poonam Mistry, managing all the finance of CLFMA office. Thanks Poonam. Mr. Dinesh Ambekar. Mr. Dinesh Ambekar. Thanks to all of you and thanks all office bearers. I'll request now Mr. Nisar Muhammad to come on the stage and give the vote of thanks. Mr. Nisar Muhammad, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of CLFMA, it's my honor and privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all those who have made this symposium a resounding success. Today, we gathered not only to celebrate the physical transformation of this structure, but also to recognize the unwavering spirit and dedication of numerous individuals and organizations. First and foremost, our heartfelt thanks goes to all our sponsors and solicit your sponsorship always. Well, I would like to thank Mr. S.V. Bave, past chairman, CLFMA of India, who has graced this occasion with his presence as a moderator. Also, I thank the panelists Rees, Ajay, Prashant, and Anupa Velusamy. I would like to thank Dr. Dinesh Bonsle, past chairman, CLFMA of India, who was the moderator for the second session. Also, I thank the panelists Naren, Nikhil, and Bala. I would like to thank Mr. G. Chandrasekhar, economist, senior editor and policy commentator, who was the moderator for our third session. Also, I thank the panelists Dr. Jeevan Kumar Gupta, Department of Animal Husbandry, Government of Punjab, Dr. Vibha, Kevin, and Neeraj Kumar Srivastava, past chairman, CLFMA of India. I would also like to thank Captain Dr. A.Y. Rajendra, CEO, Godrej Agrovet Limited. You have truly inspired us with your words of wisdom during the valedictory session. Your support and encouragement mean a lot to us. I would like to express our deepest gratitude to Suresh Dioraji and all the office bearers of CLFMA who have turned our vision into reality. Their tireless efforts, creativity, and expertise have given this organization a new lease on life that will serve as a cornerstone for our future endeavors. A program of this magnitude would not have been possible without the active involvement of all the management committee members of CLFMA. All of them have contributed their time, ideas, and enthusiasm to make CLFMA a reality within a short span of time. Many thanks to all the management committee members of CLFMA. Our gratitude also extends to all the past chairmen of CLFMA, members of CLFMA, invited guests, press and media, well-wishers and friends who have joined us today in celebrating this momentous occasion. Your presence here is a testament to the strength of our business community. I would like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of Shilpa, Shraddha, Poonam and Dinesh, who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth execution of this symposium. I would like to thank the team of Novotel here in Goa, who has served us well and offered good food too. And J.D. Majumdar of Real Show and his team. Last but not the least, I would like to thank CA Rohan Dedia, our auditor, who completed our balance sheets on time and was there with us whenever contacted to sort out any issues by giving instant solutions. In conclusion, today marks not just the end of old team of CLFMA office bearers and management committee, but the beginning of a new chapter in our journey. We look forward to the positive impact we'll have on CLFMA and beyond. Thank you one and all, and have a wonderful weekend.
Thanks, Nisar. With this, we announce the closure of the symposium and we'll meet at 7 o'clock onwards for the networking dinner. Thank one and all. Thank you very much.